You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you. to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution. You're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch I/O in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable, and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data center to cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution. You're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life. Scalable, and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized, and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure data, analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented. Personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. people, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed.
Okay. We can start? Okay. It's okay for you if I can start? Okay. Okay, thank you to be here. I'm glad to be in Sofia again after the previous edition of this event. First of all, I want to, because you probably see that I place something here. During the session, I invite you to ask questions. And for each question you ask, you can receive, I have some stickers, I have magnet, I have pins. I also have this nice thing. I cannot define what is it, but you can grab it for free if you ask a question. But the point actually is what we are going to talk about. Instead of the title of this session that is more or less a big thing, talking about secure IoT system and infrastructure, what does it mean? What you see in the slides will be something that is the actual state of and the actual problem that we day by day meet when we need to build infrastructure, not only for the IoT but mainly for the IoT. And what are the topics that we need to have placed a point on, just to understand how to mitigate problem, mitigate some kind of events that happen. Let's start. It's me, but you is here just for the content, because what I want to invite you after the event, if you need anything, if you want to keep in touch with me, feel free to do it. There are a lot of ways to do it, and feel free to contact me. I honestly will answer with the time I have, but I'm very happy to meet a new person and help if I can. I can at the end. Don't worry. Okay. Obviously, we are here for a reason. We are here thanks to all the, and I want to also on my side all these great sponsors that permitted to return with this kind of events. Something that I miss a lot, because I was here in 2018, in 2019. I miss a lot here physically in the last years. So let's, as you can see here, at least there is a very big and complex slide in this case. You see here a huge number of components, application, framework, languages, whatever, also complete ecosystem. Because you see also ecosystem from competitors, okay? AWS, Google is not much more, honestly, on the IoT, but for what they announced a couple of weeks ago. And also a lot of names here. Some of them are also here. All this kind of ecosystem is something that have a relation with industry in general and IoT. All of these points, all of these whatever, have something, or they have one specific relation and problem on the security point of view. the security, when we talk about security, we cannot only think about the hackers that is coming inside the system and grabbing data or getting data from you, but also revealing something that is, or discover some system, and the opportunity to other to access. That is of security. But also, in some case, also is something related to if someone could read or have access to information that they are not enabled to have access to. For example, if you, in your company you have some specific document that talk about a specific project or list price, for example, or the description of a new project that you are designing, it's supposed that you don't want that anyone outside your company, or at least the partner that you have that is already working on that project, have to access to that. Okay, that's another point of view of the security mainly problem. Let me try to describe. I don't want to go so much in deep, because just each one of these pillars request more or less 1 hour of discussion, so I don't want to bother you with this. It's also, in my opinion, not so much interesting. But what I want to leverage in this case is that I'm obviously referring to the approach that the Microsoft ecosystem is giving to this problem, okay? What I'm actually saying is just around the Microsoft ecosystem of security and infrastructure, okay? But, repeat, we can not only compete, but also have coverage also on competing platform. You can give security to systems that stay on AWS, on Amazon, or on Google, even if you use the security Microsoft platform, okay, is what I'm saying, okay? And it is not something that is missing, I'm not missing something, and I don't want to leverage something that is not in the truth, okay? Microsoft is selling this kind of solution also for the competing platform. But the point is that all these pillars, and you can see that is ordered more or less in columns, have different approach for each industry and competency. For example, the asset protection is something that is more dedicated to devices, where you go to protect your device specifically from the access side or to someone else that you don't want to have the possibility to access your data from the external. On the other side, the technical governance is something dedicated on your infrastructure, that is on the architecture of your network security, to be clear, on the gateway, firewalls, or that kind of things, where you can analyze and create rules, policy that can enforce the security, okay? These are different approaches. That all of that is more or less leveraging the security, how the security is leveraged by the Microsoft platform. I will return on it later. Usually, when we talk what are the pillars we need to have to keep in mind? Or say in other words, what kind of problem I can have to manage if I have an IoT ecosystem. More or less, the first one say that if my devices that are on the field are installed wherever, I hope that in industrial system that not happen, but who knows? But when a device has been bricked or unlocked or modified in some way, where someone from the external can inject different procedure, different code inside that run different algorithm from the one that I programmed inside my device. This is the typical ransomware kind of things, because they use my device to do something different from what I have designed it for. Okay, usually is the kind of application that use the device, for example, inside a building, for example, I don't know, an IP camera or a security device that I have inside my offices that can be used just to leverage information, for example, images or audio, or getting other kind of information that is actually visible in my offices, and grabbing that information and send it wherever to some destination that is not in under my control. Okay, that is the typical application of this word. Devices that are used for malicious purpose. What does it mean? When, again, with some modification or some placement of devices that are specifically built for doing something malicious, they are essentially something that is going to spy or grab information or a series of information. Remember that this kind of device could be also in a coffee in a mall. If you place something behind the internet connection and the internal access, you can essentially get all the flowing connection from who is going around the mall and is connected to the internal network, and you can more or less filter or get all the message, all the information that is flowing through that network, and for example, getting, grabbing, sending this information, or storing at least this information. Usually you can say, okay, but what is the problem if someone is stealing or seeing the images inside my device? Yes, could be. But what if you are sitting at a Starbucks in the mall, accessing your bank account using your identity, okay? If I can put a device inside in the middle of this, I can grab your information to access your bank account. Problem is that kind of one problem. More or less, I already described that. This one is the most known. The polluted and compromised are the one that usually has been more on the news. You see on the first the first page of the newspaper, because when a company has been compromised by ransomware, that to grab some money and they encrypt it. That kind of actually we name it or stole access, stole data. There's a lot on this point, because this kind of approach is not only in the encryption of your data, doing the encryption on your system, inside your network, inside your system. Problem that could not be if you, for example, have outware, for example. The good solution for this kind of problem is maintaining backup. Something that is probably simple, but many companies don't do. And that's why they are compromised by this kind of problem. And the last one is another way that is usual, the brutal force, the denial of service that has been done not only from remote location, but also using devices in the local network. These are all the more or less the cost essentially that we have to take in the account when we did our attack. More or less, these are things that many times is not about stopping our business, but more or less the costing to our company money. More or less, but money. Okay? And the problem is, as usual in the business, is the money. How many money you are thinking to be feasible to spend from your company before having to do something else and change your approach? Okay, for this reason, a very used way of describing Microsoft is the approach that okay, you can do it. Okay. The principles. What is mean? Just to be clear, Microsoft, we use a lot kind of well-defined definition. The zero trust principle is one of the oldest I remember in mind. That essentially is applied not only in this kind of specific, but in general for everything that have the need to be approached with customer, with identity, with security in general, but also we want to be sure that something that is in input to give it an output. We give an approach of zero trust, just because if I can do something different from what I describe in the middle, that could change my output that I am expecting. Okay? These are all points focused on well thinking, not only specific technical knowledge. Okay, these are just using something that is on the technology already available. Just apply what you probably already have in your system, in your technology, in your also architecture inside your company, just to obtain some security pillar. For example, I don't describe all this because you find on the deck, and I don't want to go too much in deep. For example, the verified electricity. If you every time you have an access, you give an access to your system data ever inside your ecosystem to a device, and if you 100% guarantee that this device is the device that say or the pet says to be, open your system to some problem, okay? And that's why all the kind of processing, for example, two-factor authentication, multi-factor authentication, or signing with pins the devices, or giving level of classification to data. Classification, what we mean usually. If you have, as I probably say that just before, if you have some document related to a project, okay, and you know that just a very few group of people have the option to access to that data, what you can do is to put some tag or some specific label on all these devices, all these documents. When you label, you can flag not only to this document to the specific project or group of pertaining, but you can apply also policy, where this policy apply when someone else is trying to access these documents. This person is outside your network, is outside access, for example, to your network in the company. And if you have this kind of not only of policy but tagging, you can avoid that this can access essentially your data. Again, you can extend these rules for the zero trust not only to the access to the system or the data, but on the security operation that you apply already. Obviously, you are already applying in your system, but also in your data center. What I mean about your data center could be your server on-premise on your offices, for example, but also cloud in your, or if you are working with operating technology in the production system, if you have industrial devices, industrial system, and essentially industrial network that connect multiple devices, multiple sensor, multiple actuator. For this reason, you can leverage all of these even to that. Okay, now I don't want this because there is too many words in this slide, and also is not something that you have to focus on. To show you more related on is what I usual approach, the usual ecosystem to apply. This is a reference architecture where we are talking about architecture. You don't think, you need not think that it is something essentially true, the truth that you have to apply. Completely not. You on what is good, or what is not good to put in your architecture to maintain this kind of pertinence on the also on the approach, the zero trust approach. For example, for maintaining of a long extension of for example, on availability, mechanical and electronic point of view, because obviously if we are talking about actuator or electronics board, that could fail, they could broke after some time that you use it. But you need to have continuity and security. You need also to have some continuity also for long period of time that could be hundreds, not, but tenth of years. On the IT, the thing is a bit, they are usually the IT, but again, you need to be guaranteed that you could stay for 5 to 10 years at least and not fail after a couple of years. You have probably some problem not only on the security view but also on the operational point of view. Okay, let me skip that part. You can find these in the slide after the session, obviously, to have it complete. Because honestly, here you also have some indication about the interface with the infrastructural system like third-party CM that could get information from Azure Defender, that is the tool that Microsoft offers for grabbing and managing the security different not only Azure but also on-prem, and specifically Azure Defender for IT could manage not only the logging but also the exchanging of message in at each level, not only at the higher level but also at the sensor level, and also interface some external third-party CM. I have an example from a customer I worked with just very few months ago. They are using Splunk, for example, as a CM because there was a telco kind of system, and they want to interface IoT system that they are going to install, and they interface them using exactly this approach. Because in this case, the output and them also to add the analytics that they already have on Splunk side, that also generates something for CRM. Also have information that is coming from devices they added on their system. More or less, I cannot say in a zero effort, because an effort is there, obviously, but with a very low effort. Okay, there too much in this slide. Different approach for when you are considering greenfield or brownfield environment. What are did you know what are greenfield or brownfield? Greenfield is when I go to approach a system that is completely managed on this kind, and this greenfield. I propose the best. I can think, because there is nothing I can propose the best. Consideration about the cost or that. A brownfield environment is something, okay, I go in a company that is already managing years of security or system from many years ago. They already have a system that is running. They are already, for example, logging sensor. They are already managing many actuator in the factory. They want to leverage a higher level of security because they want, for example, to connect the factory 1 to the factory 3 and grab all the data in a unique dashboard that they can control, from where they can control all the factories that are probably located geographically very distant, one in Europe, one in China, one in the US. Okay, that's the point. The brownfield is not the easiest one, obviously, because you have to approach a different kind of technology, usually. You find, for example, an approach, I don't know, with PLC. In the other side, you get an approach that starts from completely on their own technology. They build from scratch. It is something different. And in this case, you can approach, also for the brownfield, a way of that is essentially the plug-in way of applying. Microsoft and the Defender approach is just to try to use a plug-in way of working, just creating different kind of a plug-in. The name is this. That and access to regional system, or you can define and create your own plugin for your built on your own system, where you can leverage and connect to Defender, for example, your brownfield environment. In many cases, and this is this, we use devices, adding devices. These are hardware. These are produced is not the correct word. There is something that is coming from Microsoft, Azure Sphere. It's more or less a system, a complete environment of system that offer you the possibility to give security to an original, already existing system, just this one. I don't want to spend a lot of time. Just Sphere that is hardware, okay. Microsoft leverages some agreement with OEM that is on the silicon market to build chip. A chip is built from scratch, essentially for Sphere, just to build secure at the beginning, at the hardware levels, secure hardware. On Azure Sphere, we also have a software side that is the operating system that is running on Azure Sphere. That is essentially a Linux, a Linux kernel developed by Microsoft. Microsoft is developing by our Linux kernel. Is obviously open source. Operating kernel and security system. And And the third part are services that are hosted, obviously, in Azure, in the cloud. All these three components that complete the Azure sphere permit to have a system that, for example, information from the field, from machine, from sensor, from actuator, or measure. Having a job gateway, for example, grabbing, compacting to and Sentinel model that permits to the yes.
Second question, is it like a device or is it a solution?
Is Sphere, the question if it runs the cloud or could it run also on-prem, or the Azure Sphere platform could run even connected, but obviously sometimes have to connect if you need to send the information, or for example to receive, for example, update the device or receive new information from the back end. Okay, the ecosystem at all could run semi-disconnected or fully connected. That's not there is no block. Could run also on-prem, also completely disconnected, but obviously you have to define which kind of application you have. For example, you can consider a very not often connected, because you connect the device only when you have to update the firmware or update the software, okay? And you connect it once in a year, once, twice in a year. Azure Sphere is, just to be clear, is at the level, is an operating, a real-time operating, is based on a real-time operating system that is working at the microcontroller level, okay? Is not, I said that it's running a Linux kernel, but we are talking about board of
Cortex 0, A73.
Yeah.
So it can run ARM processor board.
Yeah, they are inside Azure Sphere. Essentially, there are two ARM processors usually. One is for the Linux, the operating system, whatever, and the other is for the sensoring. And they can also run separately. The ARM 7, I don't remember, part also can run even on battery, also on very low power, even without connection, and have approach for sensor, very tiny AI implementation, for example, for tiny ML application that could be feasible on this device. If you have, for example, people counting, or I don't know, vehicle counting, vehicle recording, this kind of application could be very feasible with this kind of things, because it's very cheap. You can run it also with on battery without big infrastructure of connection, even if you have broadband 4G or not 5G, but also 3G connection. There are a lot of applications of this one, for example, in the wind turbine control, because usually they are very remote places. There is usually not strong connection, but you have some kind of essential sensor to keep in control and also act as usually a problem.
How about redundancy? Is that thing like a PLC controller or something? So is there any FPGA part or?
You can add on your hardware because Azure is open source, so the OEM offer you the possibility to have the basic SoC.
Yeah.
And you can have your board that also have PGA or other application. For example, if you want to implement a tiny ML part, probably it's better to have a specific chip that make the AI on that side, and you use it just to have a fast recognition, for example. Okay, it's something that I'm thinking about.
So it can be embedded.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can also, it's my promise. You ask a question. Yeah, you can embed because you can also get on go on GitHub, get your repository of Azure Sphere, get not only the operating system but also the layer of the SoC, and you can also modify that. If you are not, is not your case, you can refer to, for example, AVNet or Arrow and ask if they already have board that support Azure Sphere and use that on your own.
Well, in this case, we're working on predictive maintenance solutions. So
Oh, yes?
multiple devices, obviously IoT devices connecting different type of data in real time. So that's why I was interested how.
That could be a scenario where it could be interesting. Not only when you have to create some kind of gateway, to be clear, but you have to interface in a more intelligent way different kind of devices that you have on your network, or not in your network, but you connect whatever wherever you want, because obviously the support. Yes, obviously for HTTP or, but you can use whatever protocol you want, also very low level protocol from Square, I2C, CAN bus, whatever, okay? The industrial standard are there, just to be clear. Probably you can appease with someone also from Microsoft, your local Microsoft that is on these, because each country has an expert on Azure Sphere. I don't know where you are from Bulgaria. Yeah. Probably also these are around. You can directly ask to them because we have each country and also Western an organization that work that is the name is the Fast Team. That is, we have one of the fast, we have different technology. The fast track team is on the IoT and specifically on the Azure Sphere. I know very well the guy that is doing this in Italy, but I cannot suggest to meet him, but probably to meet someone locally that can give you not only more in depth, but probably can give you the connection with the integrator for that, because there are already integrator that is working on the hardware side and also on the software side. That could be interesting for you. No problem. I'm here for this. This is more or less how it works, and where you already Azure Sphere. The real-time part, Azure, you remember whatever, because Microsoft buy at RTOS some years ago. They essentially, we essentially adapted our platform, and actually RTOS is again on the market and is inside this one, side by side with okay, what to use? Probably as an audience, you know very, very well what to use and where for any application. Obviously, I probably don't go to use the kind of approach that you ask me, this kind of solution, because it's something more or less related to Windows running on PC. Is time operating system, is something that can leverage complex or high-level operation, but something that could leverage problem ecosystem, or can leverage is not the solution for this kind of problem, because it's something that is too much, let me say in this way. Here you can see also DOS, that is what I just said. Just because the following one probably Massimo, ho cominciato a
No,
vedere.
I don't remember your time.
I started later.
I think you have 10 minutes.
Yeah, probably 10 minutes
Yeah.
now. Yeah, okay. Okay, I want to go very fast because
You
he.
continue to talk. We exit and you continue.
Ah, okay. Probably it's better in this way. Yeah, I continue to talk by my. Okay, here I don't want. I just click because I don't go in deep. But you see, it's too much information in this deck. I just offer to you the possibility to have this slide after, and you can, if you have problem in sleeping, you can read it. I guarantee that you can sleep in 5 minutes time. What essentially this one is one of the slide where you need to have a complete and exhaustive of all your solution application you have in some ecosystem. The problem is that here you cannot understand anything of what I'm showing you. You need to start to follow each path just to reach something. What I can suggest, if you have a specific pillar of problem, try to do in this way. From the problem you have and try to connect the point of start and end where you want to start and arrive. But the main point is that to describe how you can use the external access using Azure Active Directory or derivation of Azure Active Directory, the B2B option of Azure Active Directory, the possibility to connect to a domain using not only an identity that is inside this domain, but in the B2C option, you can use your, for example, Facebook connection, your Google connection, your not TikTok, but for example, Twitter identity. I can guarantee TikTok is not it's not in the B2B option. It's more interesting if you have in your company your own way of joining or logging in your system, at least in the tenant company, and you have your own way of connecting. You can use the Azure Active Directory B2B option just get the connection between Azure Active Directory and your login way of work, just to give the possibility to your user to join inside this tenant. Is the way we, just to give you an example, you have a telco provider, a big telco, I don't know who is a big one, Vodafone, example, I think also here. Is not in Bulgaria, okay. Someone else, okay?
A1.
A1, good. A1. Consider a big telco provider for the customer services. You don't use people inside your company, but the customer help usually has been offered from external agencies that are not directly under the tenant of the company. I don't know how A1 is built, but usually many of the telco around the world work in this way. They are offering the call center help for helping the finance just to understand how to read the bill of the phone, or just to connect to the portal of the company or whatever. These kind of call centers are under different tenants, different company. Usually, the main way to give the possibility to access some that are under the tenant of A1, for example, is this one, B2B, because they have their own secure way of logging inside their company to Azure Active Directory, essentially to the author some also list and authorize only some of these. What you can also do is also normal policy that you are normally you the policy of just policy or policy about adding or modifying some document can be applicable also for this user. And that apply, or I say for business, but you can apply it also to devices. That it's a big point. This is another very slide. This one is about how the interfacing and he also he explained that I already described. He is using the data. And any other word on this? Because also the time is probably going to an end. Okay, yeah, the zero trust mainly say you don't need to jail everything, but you need to more secure each item have this kind of security you can apply. The zero approach say this: don't lock everything, because if you lock everything, you still have a lot of problems, because every time I have to do something for this, or for this, I have to bridge something on all the rules that are applied to all. This way, every item have its own rules, and I can apply only for it. Sorry?
The specific rules item, which is
absolutely. That's the point. approach, obviously, you cannot be agreed or not. No problem. This is the final one. This is more or less of all the approach and the industry. Yeah, I can say that all the industry you see here are more or less working using this kind of pyramid. Later, outside of the session, the point here that every problem be approached with the kind of pull down approach, starting from the bottom or from the top. As you can see, approach on the more or less the intermediate level on the cloud, you can leverage, and also application can also use in top of that. Something I don't know before is Azure IoT for your problem, because this one essentially is get some of the services and be it on-prem. That's it. I can describe more shortly what is. Okay, the new events coming already. Me talk about this again. So the sponsor and you all, and I want another question just for.
For this, sorry, if the question is too stupid, that's not my specialty.
There is no specialty.
But I'm in a real problem. So you said that some of the authentication and maybe with certificates, how are certificates distributed when it comes to small devices?
The certificate could be built inside yours if you have the approach with your OEM. You can, during the system production, you put inside when you deploy around, or the certificate using the platform inside the hub DPS system, the device system. That is exactly what is done for deploy not only updates, software update, but also deploy, if needed, new certificate or certificate at the time being when the device firstly connect to the approach is different. You can do in different way. You have a direct connection that change keys that you memorize inside the device, recognize these keys, and assign a certificate at that time. Right. That is a runtime assignment. Or if you build from scratch your device, you can run the certificate inside the other device. The problem is that usually the certificate can have a time limitation, and if the device remain in the inventory and not for many years, when you go to deploy it, probably the certificate is already run out, and you have the problem to renew that. There is also some kind of that, either on the connector or disconnected way.
I can imagine, so one thing, the device can contain the certificate, but then there's these problems that you mentioned, they may be outdated until the device is actually put. They should have procedures to update. So that's one place, and the other place is if certificates comes from a central point. Both of these have problems, right?
Yeah. The problem of a central point for the certificate is not say is a big problem, because usually you have the possibility you are on your own get the task of distributing on your own, or you can decide to store that, for example, on Azure in Azure Key Vault, and distribute or generate at runtime on Azure and distribute directly using the DPS service. That's something that you can do and leverage some different approach also. You can also have the same device that is spread around the world, approach different group of devices in a manner. For example, if you have some place where you honestly know that the connection is very difficult, you can approach in one way, and another way in places where you may guarantee 24/7. That these are different approaches that you can decide, algorithmical but also automatically.
So does this to say that this problem is decided ad hoc, whatever
you as a company, you can decide that.
There is this service that, or we recommend standard.
Yeah, obviously there are ways we can recommend, because I also already said that, for example, way to distribute the certificate to the device using a first time. If someone stole the information of the device and know the username and password, that you go for the first time. Okay, you have to guarantee some other way. Okay, we need to guarantee that it an IP, okay, something like that. Because if some
initialized with okay,
yeah, you have to guarantee some
this batch of things, small things, we put it on the.
You have another way to guarantee this. You can use the keys that not SL key or SIP, but the device has some key of the manufacturer, and you brought this information from the serial number or stuff like this.
Yeah, but it remains the problem that if someone else could store the information, could store the certificate.
After all, if someone stole your certificate, it would, because spread around, because you sell it.
Yeah.
And this is something that you cannot prevent.
Yeah, and remember, if you are working with the silicon, you can also laser the silicon and read exactly what is inside.
$5,000 service.
And rebuild exactly the silicon as it is. And
yes, it's 5,000.
that's the point. The point is also how much you are attaining to for, and also the value of your business. Because if business have a high value, probably you will deploy the device with already the certificate inside.
That's the typical approach with.
One of the good practices is when you're talking factories, you're actually securing the factory, and you're signing the documents that are telling, okay, we're working with a secure network, and the persons that will on the line are certificate line security clearance levels, and when you install the certificate on the initial time on the production line.
Right.
Every next time it's secure because it's secure the first way.
Right.
Like the ATMs can win.
Yes. Okay.
That's for you.
I can do my 5 cents just if you are interested on course implementation easy one way. It's all related to IoT.
if it's the one that also sitting as
exactly.
Michael
said
220, AZ220.
AZ220 is it called IoT for the...
Okay, I think I spent, about 10 minutes more.
I have many questions I want to...
Yeah, but you... Okay, if you want also in the afternoon, I have also said in these arguments. Thank you very much.
You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include building factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers, we can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
Дали се чуваме? Е въпрос. Добре. Okay, switching to English. I know for at least one Romanian in the room. Okay, I could, I could distinguish from the accent. Okay, we're going to speak about something that is very, very new. Let's say this, let's call it product, was released 2 or 3 weeks ago by Microsoft in general availability. You may ask yourself at some point of time, okay, is it IoT or is it AI? It's mostly AI, no IoT on that topic. But the way I prepare my topics, I scan some blog posts by Microsoft and just try to figure out what's the greatest and latest. And okay, I don't know anything about that one. That means that I have to read it. Actually, it appears that this was probably the most difficult and challenging topic I have ever tried to make a presentation on for the last 12 years. So it was really a nightmare. So I started with one view in the very beginning and switched to, okay, I'll try to help the guys, whoever wants to try something, to have a kind of a guideline what the problems could be so that it could be easier for you. In short, I spent about, I think, 180 hours on that topic, and probably every slide is time-consuming after the introduction, of course. My name is Kelvin. I'm a solution architect at a company, Bulgarian company, ICB, which is now acquired by Kongsberg Digital. Kongsberg Digital is a part of Kongsberg Group, and Kongsberg Group consists of Kongsberg Maritime, Kongsberg Defense and Aerospace. Defense and Aerospace, yeah, they are making air-to-air surface missiles, etc. We're having a product which is deployed at KDA, our IoT platform, but we're not going to talk about it. And Kongsberg Digital. As an MVP, the best thing is that we have access to product groups. So let us say that I believe that conducting product groups and asking questions about what didn't work with Azure Orbital, the setup with the analytics solution, the sample solution, I managed to get some responses from the product group and the product manager, which was really a wow. So it makes some things easier. And let us assume that I have some spare time. I'm spending it at contributing as an evaluator of innovative projects on various programs like Eurostars, Eureka, Horizon Europe, Innovation Fund Denmark, Research and Innovation Cyprus. You could reach me just if you want the slides, if you have questions on other topic, you could find other on slide share. These are our sponsors, and most of these have been partners for many years, and that's cool. You know that the event is free for attendees. Also, the speakers are not being paid, but there is also advertising, recording, streaming, some things like coffee, beer, lunch, etc. I didn't see beer today, by the way. Probably, yeah, okay. Then, yes. So it's all about being a community and meeting each other. So I'm also happy that we're having face-to-face meetings, because it wasn't cool making presentations in front of the computer, alone in the room, and you don't know who wants to ask something. Now, if you make kind of a stupid joke, you could just understand, okay, I shouldn't have done this, and for the next time. But these are, stay tuned for our upcoming events. Data Saturday, my intention is to speak more about the analytics solution about Azure Orbital on that one. And JS Talks, which is the largest conference in the region. The last pre-COVID times, we had 1,800 people on that conference, and we hope to be able to be in John Atanasoff, or at least this is the plan for now. Okay, what is the agenda? Introduction into terms. Probably one of the most challenging things is, okay, they want me to put something in here, and what is this? What is something that is measured in decibel kelvins? I have absolutely no idea. Or what is TOE? So the whole topic is full of a lot of terms that we're not that familiar with. So we're going to make a short introduction into some basic terms, and every time when there is a link to documentation, and documentation is in various places in GitHub, in Microsoft as well. By the way, I found that the topic starting from one other architectural section of Microsoft, where there are tens, probably even hundreds of sample architectures, and this one was this topic was there. So Azure Space Ecosystem, what is this? What is a spacecraft resource, and how to set it up? Setting up the infrastructure for the to connect or to retrieve or downstream data from the satellite, consuming this connection and processing files. Basically, you could think that the presentation is in two parts. The first is how to communicate with spacecraft, which is in our case going to be a satellite, and retrieve a file. And the second is how to process the file to do the following. It's a GeoTIFF image, which is first, if you have multiple GeoTIFF images, they're stitched together. Then they're broken into 512 to 512 images tiles. These tiles are sent to custom vision, which is identifying the location of a pool. It could be some kind of a water basin. And then there is a Spark job, which is detecting things in water in this pool. So the first one is setting up infrastructure to communicate, and the second is how you could use it afterwards. Even the demo, if you want to set it up, it will take days. So we're not going through this and waiting for it. I'll just show you the key points. The takeaways, don't worry about this. Links are all over the presentation, but good things to start is a couple of summary videos. If you just want to see, okay, am I interested in the topic at all? Check these videos first. The presentation will be uploaded in SlideShare in days, so you will be able to get it from there. Introduction to Azure Space, starting from somewhere, how to set up. Unfortunately, setup is not straightforward. Like do step one, step two. There is multiple links to other articles that are having links to other articles that are having links to other articles. So it's difficult to follow this. And the analytics GitHub project, that is the place where you could see information about this analytics flow, starting from images, GeoTIFF tiles, etc. And there is also another related ship detection project, which is also interesting. Okay, starting with the introduction, what is a spacecraft? A thing that is moving in outer space, that is somehow logical. Orbit is a repeating path, and if around something, another object, and if you're having orbit and object is having an orbit, then we're calling it a satellite. And the challenge is that communicating with satellites is expensive. and it's not straightforward because we have to convert from a radio frequency signal to make it somehow digital, and this is, yes, not straightforward. By the way, there satellites are different. Some are geostationary at more than 35,000 kilometers away from Earth. Low orbit satellites, about 2,000. We're going to use Aqua satellite here, which is it was about 700-800 kilometers. So it's a medium orbit satellite, and there are really lots of satellites. And the part of the flow is that you have to ask for permission to contact with these satellites. But the so-called, I think, Aura, Terra, and Aqua satellites are public, so you shall be allowed to communicate with them. What is Azure Space as ecosystem? I don't know whether you have heard of that neat thing. At places where you don't have a good connection to the internet, Microsoft can ship you Azure in that. This is called Azure Modular Data Center, and it looks like this. They're collaborating with SpaceX and Starlink for connectivity, and it's a part of Azure Space ecosystem. Some of other products are Azure Orbital, for which we're going to talk. SpaceEye and Project Turing are also interesting. SpaceEye is using artificial intelligence to produce cloud-free images. So there are successive pulses performed by a radar on different frequencies, on which they're making reconstruction what is under, and based on previous images without clouds, they are building new image, which is so they're trying to guess what is there based on previous images. So that is SpaceEye. And Project Turing is it's applying super resolution to satellite imagery to make it more suitable for processing afterwards. There is one joke. Okay, I don't have. There is a form in Bulgaria, so the Bulgarians know it. It's called "Beggy Mama," for example, but it's like kind of a Beggy Mama joke. Imagine someone is asking a question like, "Okay, I don't have a scanner at home. What shall I do?" Okay, go to the window, print what you want. Go to the window, go to Google Earth, zoom to your window, then make a print screen and then print it. It's a joke like this, but. You don't have such a kind of resolution, neither that real-time connectivity, but Project Turing is about this increase in resolution. The benefits of using Azure Space are that there is a strong collaboration with some community companies. You could extend your Azure capabilities with infrastructure from space and make applications cheaper and faster. The history is that initially it was announced, Azure Orbital was announced in preview in September 2020 and released on 29th of August as its general availability. By the way, that let us go beautiful thing here. They say it's based on Azure Stack Hub, but there is something in brackets for now. I have absolutely no idea what this could mean, but they say that that is what is run in there. Azure Orbital is a fully managed cloud-based ground station as a service with three main parts. First of all, Microsoft have ground stations that are co-located to their centers. They also use in Azure Orbital, they use also ground stations from other partners. And some of the partners are, for example, Airbus, that are also collaborating in that initiative. And the processing station, which is, it's also co-located there. So this Azure Orbital station as a service consists of these three parts: Microsoft stations, partner stations, and a processing station. The orbital capabilities, it's not orbit but orbital. What you do basically, you register a satellite for communication, you create a contact profile, and then schedule a contact. So you say, at this point of time, I'm interested in images taken from that satellite passing through that location. Unfortunately, this is also not straightforward. You cannot access satellites from all of the locations because you're taking capacity there. This means that there is a satellite dish which needs to follow your satellite instead of doing something else. And yeah, it's expensive, but we're going to talk about this a little bit later. When it was J8 was announced, I got an email like, "Thank you for your interest of Azure Orbital. As previously communicated, the service will transition to general availability on Monday, 29th of August. With a transition to this, the service will change in several ways. One of these was to introduce pricing, and yeah, we'll discuss about that." So how ground station looks like. This is a Microsoft ground station at Quincy, and it's Washington, but it's not Washington, D.C. It's that Washington here. And these ground stations are placed in close proximity to data centers, of course, because some bandwidth is necessary. And our case, our story today is going to be with the ACO, which is Polar Orbiting Spacecraft launched by NASA in 2002. And it's a research satellite. What we do here with Azure Orbital in Azure, it will appear after it was introduced as general availability. You could find it if you go in Azure portal and just write Orbital, it would appear there. Before that, you had to do something else. More about it on the next slide. So we register a spacecraft and provide the so-called NORAD ID. NORAD is, let me just see my notes, North American Aerospace Defense Command. So this is the NORAD ID. The so-called TLE, and it starts, okay, what the hell is TLE? It's two-line element. Okay, it's two-line element, but what is it? It was one of the first things when you start discovering, okay, I think I knew something. What is a satellite? What is orbit? Okay, but what the hell is this? And go through licensing. Then you create a contact profile, which means you said, what is the center frequency of my satellite? How could I know the center frequency of a satellite? I need to have a place to go and check, right? And what is that place? The documentation is not saying anything about that. That's another problem which you encounter very soon after starting doing it, and you say, okay, probably I made the wrong decision. Okay, what's the bandwidth? Okay, I don't know what's the bandwidth. Minimum elevation and auto tracking. Okay, I could decide whether I would want auto tracking and minimum elevation. It's saying something about the quality of images. Yeah, I could decide about these parameters. Schedule contact. This is easy. If you have already created a spacecraft object, which means I've said which satellite I want to communicate it. I have selected the contact profile, which means I have said on what radio frequency I want to communicate with it. And select the daytime window. Okay, when is the daytime window? You would select the first one, for example, to see. Yeah, it wouldn't work like that. You need to select a place from which you want to observe the satellite, and then you have available slots. And based on this minimum elevation, you have slots, because in some slots you don't have this elevation which is required. And yeah, a satellite could generate for you up to 280 terabytes per day data. So you also need to be very careful how you're handling this data. When it was in preview, there was a so-called onboarding form. Hi guys, I'm a cool guy who wants to make some kind of investigation, research. I would like access to the program. But we're not onboarding anymore because we have too many people. Yeah, but please, I have done this, and that, and my company was just acquired by a company doing a lot of IoT, maritime, etc., and it's quite relevant to us. We would like to check. No, it doesn't work. We have too many people. Just wait for the GA. Okay, but it was July. So at some point, but I was very persistent, tried lots of different mails, contacted product group members, and all, and once of a sudden, yeah, I received lots of onboard requests denied, but once of a sudden I received onboard to Azure Orbital preview. Now it was for the preview. Now you don't have problems like that, but only that step took me about a week. Then after you do this, after you're onboarded, you wouldn't see Orbital like that in the Azure portal. So you tried writing Orbital, you wouldn't see Azure Orbital there if you don't go through a link which is in the documentation, even though you're onboarded. And this preview access granted email, typically you get denied within 12 hours or so, but this problem no longer exists. But it was a sad story which slowed me down. Step one, yeah, we're starting with the real steps. You have to register the Orbital resource provider in Azure. So you just go to your subscription to resource providers and pick Orbital. There is you're able to select the version of the provider, and yeah, you need to be very aware which version you pick. But at some point of time, even that step didn't work. Now it works. The provider itself isn't documented among the list of service providers, so you just know that it exists and it is there. But this one is pretty straightforward. You could go through this within 5 minutes or so. If you don't know what is the resource provider, it's a collection of REST operations to provide you some functionality. And some of the resource providers are registered by default. This wasn't the case. Others are registered automatically. I would expect that if I add Azure Orbital from the portal, you remember that one here, I would expect it to appear, but it didn't. I had to go and add it manually. And the third type is you go and register them manually, as it was the case. The second thing is to define the spacecraft. After a while, I will show you how it looks in the portal. The spacecraft object definition requires links that are immutable. Once you define, you cannot change it. You define the radio frequency details of the center frequency of the satellite. What the hell is this? A bandwidth, which is in megahertz, and polarization, which is, yeah, at least from school, I know what that is mean. Right hand or left hand or linear vertical. It is, if you're having an antenna, what is the polarization of the signal? The ephemeris are updatable, and this is the so-called TOE or two-line element. This is basically saying where is the satellite now and what is its path, so that after some time from this you could from the TOE configuration, even the coordinates now are changed. But knowing the path, you will know after 3 hours, after 3 days, where is it now and how to find it. But these tend to expire and have to be from time to time updated. Yeah, I explained this. And the licensing, because some regulatory requirements, you need to get approval to use the satellite. So you are not allowed to perform contact with the satellite if you do not go through this licensing. Then you just get a kind of an error when creating the contact. How does it look like in Azure, this configuration? So you in Azure portal, you search for spacecraft, you go to spacecrafts and just say, I want to create a new one. And you have to fill information like that. Okay, select a subscription. I know what is it, resource group. If you have ever wanted to name a satellite by your name, like Evo Space One, yeah, that's your time. Then NORAD ID. Okay, I don't know the ID of this satellite. I need to go and check out. And here is it. How there is a register in Celestrak.org where you could find both these TOEs. And you could search for the satellite, and you have also the ID of the satellite. This is how this TOE looks like. More about it on next slide. And how to go through this step. The information in the instructions are more detailed here. So here you place the first line of the TL element. Here you place the second line of the TL element. here is how the TL element looks like. It has a lot of information like what is the ID of the satellite, inclination, some speed. But one interesting thing here, which is not a problem for now, is that there is epoch year, which is H, which is in two symbols here. And we all know that, yeah. So it all started in, so these TOE elements are going to be valid until 2056, I think. But I guess it's not a problem for us. I probably going to be, no, pensions are something like a objective, which is consistently going far and far away from people here in Bulgaria. So I probably wouldn't be in pension, but yeah, let us say that TOE element wouldn't work in long term. NORAD as an organization is a binational organization from Canada and the United States, and it's actually handling the missions of aerospace and controlling some aerospace control in the States, and some maritime warnings like that. The NORAD is having a satellite catalog, and now you start figuring out places where you could go and pick information. Now, I just want to switch for a while and show you how this looks like. On Celestrak, wait a second. I'm going to find Aqua, for example, or Terra. If I find my mouse first. Yeah, like this is the Terra satellite. This is the NORAD ID. This is a two-line element. And this doesn't change at all. But some time ago, there was a 3D visualization here, which now says, yeah, we're now non-profit, you need to donate, site is down. Site is down from 1st of September. So I started in July, it was working. And now this site, only some of the documentation and the TOEs are available here. But there was very nice visualization before that. A quick recap of how does it look like in Azure, so that you just feel it. So you will go to Spacecrafts. I have Space 1 here. When you go and create, you remember this from the screenshots. Yeah, I know my subscription. Oops, not that subscription, and yeah, that resource group. But when you end up with this NORAD ID, North American Aerospace Defense Catalog number, and you start wondering, okay, where am I? What's happening now? The TOE element, okay, how can I, two-line element, set TOE title line? And then you realize you have to go and read. Next step, links, adding a new link. Name, direction, center frequency in megahertz, bandwidth in megahertz, polarization. Okay, you start getting lost, and yeah. I'm just going to my contact profiles. Wait a second, not that one. These links here. So I'm having one downlink. Downlink means I'm reading from the satellite. And yeah, for that one, I'm having, from August, I'm having authorization. But you have, this is the center frequency of Aqua, this is the bandwidth in megahertz. When you know what you're looking for, you start finding it. And orbital contact profiles. This is the contact profile. We're going to talk about it after a while. Here you enter information like gain temperature in decibels Kelvin. Okay. Direction downlink or uplink, it's clear. Here is information about the satellite itself, but also one virtual machine which is used during communication. Its network, its port. the modulation configuration. That one isn't highlighted, but here this is information about how from radio frequency signal to perform the modulation and get the content out of it. So based on that configuration here, I could use presets, playback or broadcast. I don't remember which is which, but one is 15 megabits per second and the other is 150 megabits per second. So at one of my sessions, I ended up with 16 gigabytes of file, which was difficult to download and process afterwards. And you have to be aware about that one as well.
This is the raw data.
It is digitalized data from the MODIS instrument on the satellite, but there is a lot of stuff inside. There is a long article with tools, pop-up, and I don't remember what else, to process this data and to make the so-called product level 0. So from raw data, product level 0 is one data set. So from this data set with another tool, you make the so-called products level 1 and level 2. So you need to process them on further steps. One of the greatest challenges here, I didn't find an automatic way to do this. This is in my mind, this is still a gap. I asked about that, but it's manual tools. I want to automate it somehow. Still, I don't know how. I'm still.
Do you have some experience with the hand? How amateur are you?
My uncle was, but me myself, not personally.
Many times before Azure and stuff like this, they do the same with the amateur satellites, and they have a lot of tools to debug this kind of data.
But it was, I remember this, but it was not digital times there.
Yeah,
we even didn't have a computer at home. It was, I was 4 years old, for example, at that time.
They have a lot of stuff about the NOAA satellite, the weather satellites, and they broadcast the data over frequencies. And when you receive the data, you unpack this data with different tools. Let's see the satellite images about the weather, or if you're looking for Sentinel-1 satellites.
At some point of time, I was wondering whether there is a cheaper way to get directly the images you're interested into, and I started looking at that as well, thinking of, okay, then probably if this is too difficult, I probably should figure out another way to get the GeoTIFF images and process them with the pipeline mentioned, which is the second part of the presentation.
You still have these options. There are no satellites right now in the air over us.
A part of the problem is you have them with a lot of delay. You have images with a lot of delay. It's
depends. It depends because you may get the images from the satellite who is over your head right now, and they're actual for this moment right now. But these satellites have orbit who, let's say, they're coming over Bulgaria something like 6 hours. After 6 hours, the satellite's over Bulgaria, and you take the images about this area around you. But this is the some kind of different images because they're more focused with the weather, not about the images about them.
In my case, it was a terrain, but Terra is mostly it's having lots of different images, and some radio images, not photo images. They're using, for example, MODIS instruments to detect temperature anomalies for fires. But this wasn't my use case. A part of the challenge is how do you know from which satellite you want data?
Yeah, in this moment you have only 3 options about the satellite scale. It's a NOAA. The public ones.
The public ones, yes.
Yeah, it's a NOAA satellites, and there are only 3 working in this moment for public, because there are a lot of other satellites for the weather or for imaging, processing agriculture.
But you just say they're not public.
Yeah, they're not public. But the public one is free, three satellites, and you can get data just using some small antenna.
Okay, we may elaborate more about these tools, but part of the idea is, of course, trying to get this in Azure. That is the way Celestrak looked when it worked before 1st of September, and there was a notification like that. But you search for a satellite, you could find its orbit. Where is it now? It was moving. It was a 3D animation, and you were able to see hundreds of satellites here. So it was quite cool. So you could very easily and visually select, okay, I'm looking in this region. What are the satellites that are going over this as an orbit or close to? And that was the way I was approaching it to decide which satellites may be useful for me. I showed you the active TXT, where the TOEs were. And there is documentation of what is TOE, but we're not going into details. It's that kind of a document, not that interesting probably. Satellite links and deployment. So the downlink is when you want to start and download the information, and uplink is when you want to push information to the satellite. So, but I personally even do not know a scenario when I would like to push. So I'm completely unprepared for uplink topic. There is in the documentation, very hidden place, you could find a screenshot which is showing this Aqua Satellite center frequency and bandwidth and polarization of the antenna at which it is broadcasting. And this is the place where where if you're not onboarded to Azure Orbital, you have a deployment failure that is going to look like that. The resource type couldn't be found in the namespace Microsoft Orbital for API version. Does it sound like any kind of authorization or licensing to me? It didn't. So I thought that there is a problem with the with the provider, but it wasn't the case. Authorization and licensing. If you want to be authorized to access a satellite, there is a form which you need to fill in. And very soon, within 12 hours or so, you receive no spacecraft resource authorized email, unfortunately, sometimes. And there was a bug. I was seeing authorization status like that, like pending authorization. But when I opened JSON view, it was saying authorizations, ground station, and it was granted in August, and it is valid for 1 year. So there was such kind of a problem. So you may still encounter it from time to time. Step 3 is, okay, we will connect to the satellite on some frequency, but yeah, we need to downlink data in some way. First, you create a VNet. You know, VNet is giving you some isolation to connect to securely communicate with some resources in Azure. Then you create a couple of subnets. I was having one for Azure Bastion, which I'm using to. If you're not familiar, you could use it to safely access like remote desktop, but through the Azure portal, your virtual machine. It wasn't okay to have Azure Orbital subnet so you create a subnet within your VNet and allow Azure Orbital delegation. But I was having initially my virtual machine in that subnet, which appeared that it shouldn't be done like that. And this is also not documented. The virtual machine shall be in another subnet. Otherwise, this delegation doesn't work. And both are having delegation, but it wasn't working. The VM is Linux, Ubuntu 18 or later, and it requires 32 gigabytes of RAM. It's expensive, I must admit. So let us say I'm stopping it when not using it. And you need to install the SOCAT utility so that you could establish this and communicate on the port you have opened. And we already mentioned the delegation. The delegation is the way with which Azure Orbital is injecting in your subscription through this delegation you have provided. Step 4, which was really tough, was to make the contact configurations. So you need to make contact configuration before scheduling contact with the satellite. You could want telemetry. It's far from IoT topic, but you could get telemetry from the ground station in your event hub, which needs to be in the same subscription, same resource group, and same region. More information about it is here. And in this event hub, when you establish communication, you start receiving telemetry about what is the antenna doing. When specifying the contact, you specify some minimum elevation, which is giving you information about, what you could see from Earth at a different angle, X-band auto tracking, and minimum contact. The interesting thing here is that they also don't say the format with which the minimum contact shall be specified. But if you enter something stupid like 10, it's saying, oh no, the format shall be like this. PT 5M means 5 minutes. Yeah, it isn't a thing which which would easily come to my mind. In Event Hub, this is pretty standard. If you have worked with an IoT, you just decide to capture to Avro file format. And you need to. I initially forgot that step here with identity and access management and granting role assignment of Azure Event Hub's data sender to Azure Orbital resource provider. So I initially forgot that step, and it isn't working. So I was having a successful connection, but nothing was pushed to my Event Hub. Then you define that you want to capture file in Avro format on this event hub somewhere in your storage. And when you view the capture, it is base 64 encoded. You could use a tool online to read the Avro, but inside the important information is base 64 encoded, and it looks like that, like endpoint name and elevation decimal degrees, azimuth decimal degrees. It's saying probably it's good for debug on how the antenna is acting. What Microsoft do when you schedule a contact is that they are trying to optimize and optimize the movement of the machine, not the machine, the antenna. And also there is not only one antenna at a location, but it's impressive that you do something. And it's the thing which I like in IoT. You do something with code, but you see it moving in real life. It's not like software at the end. So I was having the same feeling when working with Orbital. Okay, you're doing something like a code, but at the end, there is something happening in the real life. And there is one of the videos shows a guy from Microsoft from the product group demonstrating, but he's also showing how the antenna is moving at the time of contact. Yeah, I'm not having access to a camera which is looking at it, but it was fun. Links and channels. I showed this to you a couple of minutes ago. This is this configuration, and we get to some parameters like gain temperature. Gain is how well the antenna converts radio waves into electrical power. And the antenna noise temperature is, I have to read it, theoretical value that defines an equivalent temperature required to produce a specific amount of noise power in a noise-free system, and this is measured in kelvins. So if there is a noise-free system and you heat it up to certain temperature, then you introduce noise, and that is the antenna noise temperature, which was something quite new for me. And I don't know whether you were familiar with that, but that was completely new for me as a.
Just how to say the environment. Yeah, it's a part of the environment. If the temperature, solar radiation is so high, you can change the frequency of the radio frequency.
But
it's dependent of
the challenging here is what is antenna? Why antenna noise is measured in kelvins?
It's how to say, it's because a many time ago it was the scientific way to
for me
measure.
as someone
Yeah.
who is not coming from that domain, it was really strange. And then I go and try to understand it.
It's all physical parameters measured in the C system. It's meter, Kelvin.
Yeah, but why noise is measured in Kelvin?
Noise.
Yeah, it's noise. It's not temperature. It's noise. So it's noise, but you're
because it's dependent on the temperature.
Yeah.
No. The idea is that if you achieve that temperature, you will introduce that noise in a noise-free system.
Yeah, you're talking about noise in terms of
Yeah.
deviation.
The whole presentation, you see a lot of stuff that it's so tightly coupled with the antenna, radio frequencies,
Exactly.
with the whole domain of.
The point is that there is no documentation about this in Azure Orbital for now.
That you made it till step 4 or 5.
Yeah. Okay, this is about gain, noise, and this port here. This port here is the port at which. Wait a second. And this port here is the port at which the Azure Orbital, when it establishes contact, it starts to push data on that port on that VM, which is 32 gigabytes Ubuntu, 32 gigabytes RAM, expensive Ubuntu machine. On this, if you want to see how to configure this in sample values, for me, it was very helpful to find a sample JSON configuration here on that link. So that one told me what values to put in here in gain temperature, which is the parameter you need to fill in when you select downlink. So you want to download from the satellite. We already discussed about the center frequency and bandwidth. There's public information, but you need to know where to find it. When you schedule a contact, it's an antenna. You have multiple antennas on a certain location. The scheduling requires antenna movement, which is something expensive because you are saying this is a resource I want to use it, and it's a physical expensive resource. It uses then the TOE to find, okay, 2 days ago this was the location, this is the trajectory of the object, so now it's probably over there. So it finds it like that. These TOEs expire. Mine didn't expire yet. If you remember the demodulation, you could achieve very high bandwidth at the time of contact. So be aware about that when scheduling the contact. You need to specify this demodulation parameter, and no one in the documentation, it doesn't say this is for that. It says demodulation. This is demodulation of, well, yeah. When you create a contact, you select okay, I created a contact profile, which describes how I want to communicate. Then I pick ground station. You're allowed to pick only Microsoft ground stations, and there are 2 ground stations. And you say from in which interval of time you want to search for open slots. So here I have found a couple of, and here it says the duration is 9 minutes. The maximum elevation degrees is 17. I don't remember. I think that mine was minimum was 10 or 5 degrees. Don't remember. Time until contact here is a day and 12 hours, or 1 hour and 12 minutes. So you see 1 hour, 4 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 9 hours. It's so from the same station. You couldn't say that they're equally spread over time. And you create a contact. So this creating a contact is your definition saying, I want to use that resource and get data from that satellite using that contact profile on that date. Once you do this, now you have to pay, which means if you cancel it, you have to pay again. Never mind. If you create it, you have to pay. During the contact itself, you need to start listening on that port which we defined here. And yeah, basically you use this SOCAT utility and you say what is going to be the destination file. I don't know why I'm using WinSCP because it's I'm on Windows and we'll call it WinSKP actually. I was using that tool to configure the access to folders. Something wasn't refreshed, and I was experiencing this permission denied right into this. I did it, but I don't know it wasn't reflected. I don't know why it wasn't reflected. So I had to do some kind of a refresh and realize that I didn't have this permission. So if you see this permission denied, you just need to grant access to that, in my case, Media Aqua folder. For 10 minutes of communication, depending on this demodulation, you will receive either a file like 1 gigabyte or 10 gigabytes. It depends. And afterwards, you better delete it or move it somewhere else, because at the end you will very quickly just deplete your disk storage. This documentation will follow up soon, but operation may fail if the subnet is already in use. This is that problem over here. So everything may appear configured properly, but at the end you see that there is a communication, but nothing is written in the file, and that is because of that configuration of the network. So this is mentioned here for a second time. Processing the payload, there were instructions with these tools: real-time software telemetry processing system by NASA tool, and this IPOP. This one is producing the level 0 production data set, and this are producing the level 1 and 2 products. As mentioned, I don't know how to insert them in a pipeline and make them automatic end-to-end. So I receive the file and go through this. So for now, it's manual. I'm trying to find out how to do it. Currently, I don't know how to automate it. During this direct broadcasting, you receive the bin file, which you have specified here, which gives you data from all Aqua instruments on board, and there are 6. MODIS is the most interesting one for our case. Payment. It was announced on 29th of August when we went into general availability, and 1 minute costs about 10 euro. And if you make a reservation and you cancel it, it's about, let us say, 3 euro. So I went to my subscription and checked how did I pay for one single call, and it was about $14 in my case. So it appears it was a reservation with ground station Microsoft Gable on 2nd of September for 10 o'clock in the evening CET for somewhat 5 minutes or so. The orbital analytics.
What are you paying for here? For the connection, virtual machine?
Oh, no. That one is only for the connection. The virtual machine is separate, and it's a nightmare. It's 32 gigabytes RAM machine, which is somewhat 200-300 euro per month. But you.
What about the satellite connection?
You're paying only. It's not the satellite connection. It's the Azure Orbital connection. So you're paying for Azure Orbital, but you're using Azure Orbital at the time it communicates with the satellite.
But you're paying for tracking of your satellite.
Yes, you're paying only for this. Here, where you say, I want to create a contact, you say, I want what are the time slots from here to here? Okay, that one. So here you're going to have a contact duration of 9 minutes and 13 seconds.
Pay for the time you use this.
Yes. So there is, for example, for on-demand, the difference between reserved and on-demand is the time before you make the reservation. Rather, it is last minute, or I think it was 24 hours before, or like that. On-demand cancellation penalty of on-demand user can cancel up to 24 hours in advance. However, no refund will be given. For reserved, no penalty if contact is cancelled with more than 24 hours in advance, and 100% penalty if less than 24 hours.
How much does it cost to get the data from space for a minute? Can you...
Let us say €3 per minute.
€3 per minute.
Yes.
It's only for broadband, I think.
Yes, but it's quite cheap. Because you're locating
they,
the whole.
They separated to the all requests for the older people because they just.
But if it's my satellite, or this
if it is your, unfortunately, I don't have mine, so I don't know. So you're just using the public ones. Because we're close, probably I just want to go through this the analytics quick. This red point here means that unfortunately it's very small, but there should be a magnifier. Yeah. This is how it what is the flow of the analytics solution. This green is user owned, and this red is that it's external. You have, as mentioned, the flow is the following: you get a GeoTIFF. These multiple GeoTIFFs images are stitched together, then broken into smaller tiles, then sent to a machine learning, not machine learning, but custom vision model. You have three options for this custom vision model. Either you use external, either hosted, or custom. So you could create your own. The idea of that part is to detect the basin, a sea, a lake, something like that. And then this one is sent to the Spark job, where it finds objects and gives you bounding rectangles of these objects, which you could later process as telemetry. About the documentation on that one, it is here. That one is available in GitHub. That is the lake which you can find in the image. Let me just quickly show you the image itself. Wrong application. That one is really.
I see the number of the car.
Yeah, probably if someone puts something close to the window somewhere.
Or if you check the degree of change the degree of the satellite.
I haven't seen a way to control that.
By the way, that's just speculation, but I think that have a lot of additional steps like antenna, brine, and stuff like that. Just because if you don't have a physical device, it's not necessary to know.
Okay, so setting up this infrastructure, if everything goes okay, it will take about 1 hour. It took me a few days, but the best way is if you're on Windows, use Git Bash. Very cool way to start running shell scripts on Windows. Clone the repo running the command, then you have to log in and set the subscription so that there is a context of this setup script. And if you want to perform a kind of a cleanup, there is a cleanup sh.script. And sometimes it breaks, and sometimes you need to call this. There were lots of issues which I reported to the guys from the product group, and they fixed some of them. Like one of the things was the environment code shall be unique. And everyone would say, like, orbital, the environment code. I'm creating an environment orbital, but it's creating some storage accounts, and these storage accounts are having global URL, which is duplicate, and it fails, and then you need to clean up, and it's a kind of a mess. And others, not going into details, but I have probably about 40 emails. Also, you could find me a couple of in GitHub. If you want support, you register an issue, and they made some changes about this. So they now made it based on the subscription ID and some random characters based on this subscription ID. The infrastructure configuration and preparation. This is the infrastructure of the analytics flow. It's having an Synapse pipeline. which is you could make integration flows with Synapse. The GeoTIFF image which I showed to you, the sample image is 480 megabytes. You copy it to the environment. The custom vision model, as mentioned, I'm currently using the publicly hosted one, although there are 3 options in total. And it's very important step, which is not evident. There are some configuration files which need to be put in the storage account, and the samples of these configuration files can be found on that link. We're a little bit running out of time, but I want to show you. How does it look like? This is the Azure Orbital analytics samples, but the documentation here, if you start from the README, yeah, you don't find anything, I would say. So it's challenging. But when you go, for example, to deploy, you see some resources which you need. And here you see some parameters of the environment. Yeah, they are lying if they're saying that that is the amount of time you need to run it. But this is part of the non-straightforward configuration, and it's lengthy for a demo, I would say. And this is a tiny part of setting it up. Also, when you're setting up the Synapse, you have to upload some external packages, and you're doing this by. Does any one of you have experience with Synapse? Wow. Okay. Then switching quickly to Synapse. And if you're hungry people, I don't want to keep you. I'll just take few more minutes, but I want to show the important things here. Okay, this is how the flow looks like. It is having 2 main activities. The first one is making the transformation. So this transform one is creating the tiles, and afterwards these tiles are used in here. But the idea is how to create this Synapse flow. It's very easy. You go to integrate, you go to browse gallery, you write orbital, for example, find that one, and you configure it. Linked service for specification document, linked service. Linked service is, you could think of this, how Synapse will be able to find storage accounts based on this linked service configuration. So you need to very well know where your linked services are, so that you configure them here. During the installation, the setup script, which we discussed some time ago, the one when they were saying 1 minute, 5 minutes, etc., for which I told you that you need to log in, set Azure subscription. You will have location where this specification document is going to be. So you're going to configure this, and afterwards it creates the pipeline, which okay, I was searching for that close. And let me just see whether I miss something important. Environment, yeah, setting up the environment and dependencies. The environment is set up from here. Here you have the linked services. You could create a new linked service from here, and these linked services are basically the storage accounts where you find stuff. Access control, workspace packages, upload. This is one of the if you want to upload your own package. And okay, the pipeline deployment, explanation about what is each of these flows. The interesting here is if you go to this link, you will receive more information about the pipeline, explanation about which is what and how to configure it. It's also very well hidden, I would say. And the crucial thing here is to make the initial configuration at the setup with where the files are. This also took me some time, but it was because I was a little bit stupid. And yeah, sorry for delaying you. My intention is to go into more details about only this second part and the analytics solution on data Saturday. So my intention is to go here with more details about that one. But I hope you now have an overview what Orbital is, what Azure Space is, what you could do with it. You have lots of hints of how to make the configuration more neat and clear. And my personal hope is that quite shortly with our new owners from KDI, we go and try to find at least a proof of concept with real usage about that thing. Thank you for your time and attention. И сега да видя дали още...
Твоите контакти.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world. Technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, Companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy network, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is turning our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support place, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate. and bring new ideas to the world. And our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. people, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relation between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1. Ignition. It's up to you.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
Great. Thank you. Welcome to our session now. And
After lunch.
after lunch,
It's
that is a big
big
problem.
challenge. Yeah.
We have to maintain your concentration high, because
No,
otherwise,
you can sleep if you want, but
yeah, but maybe. Okay, first of all, who we are. I'm Marco.
I'm Massimo.
We are coming from Italy. Sorry for the not perfect
I think
English.
they can understand that we are in.
Yeah?
We come from
Yeah, probably. And we both work for Microsoft, and today we are here to talk about serverless and IoT. Essentially, the point is about how we can manage IoT metrics, essentially, coming from sensor, whatever, with the help of a serverless solution. And first of all, what is a serverless solution? Huh?
Yeah,
that could make sense. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Thank you to all the sponsors that permit this event again and again. And from the beginning, let's start from a very generic architecture for IoT. We see here a scenario that represents how I can grab information on the field, on a fabric, on a production line, whatever, with different kind of sensor or instruments or what you prefer to use. Or even using other different generator, like we here name it the simulator. When we name the simulator, not essentially are something that simulates something that could be real, but also something that could represent the aggregation of other metrics that is coming from outside.
And also, sorry, you can imagine here something that allow you to simulate devices to test your solution. When you need to test your solution properly, you need to ingest a lot of data. So you have two ways. One, you buy a lot of devices, thousand devices, go over the world with this device and you try. Or you create a simulator. The algorithm you use to simulate is just up to you. You can take the historic data and represent this in a loop or randomly. For the test, is not important the value. It's important the quantity of the value of the telemetries.
Yes.
And you can deploy. We use a cloud. You use Azure, so you can deploy this simulator in different parts of the world and ingest data in your component here that Marco now will explain.
That makes sense in the sense that you need, for example, receive these kind of metrics just around the world, because your production line could run wherever around the world. And that's very important to understand how delay or latency could imply different in the metrics you are receiving from your device and production site. The next thing that we have is this one. The name is referred to the Azure IoT platform. This component, the name is IoT Hub, is the point of entering the great portal where all the devices that you connect to Azure are essentially connected, but where they could send metrics, receive answer from the cloud. They could also receive the information about data exchanging, also receive other information and data related, for example, with updates, firmware updates, upgrade in the operating system, or all the kind of communication that your device and sensor need. On the telemetry, yes, devices.
Yeah, this is the point, one of the point. Generally, when you listen a session about IoT, people arrive here or start from there. So what kind of solution we can put in the middle? What kind of solution we can create to manage the telemetry? Why we need to manage them? But before, first of all, probably we have some logic about threshold. So imagine the temperature. If the temperatures go over a threshold, you need to send a notification, or you want to store the data because you want to use that data in the future to create a model, machine learning model, I don't know. So what kind of solution you can put here? Now, you can create something that run continuously and collect the data. But if your solution run continuously, you pay even if you don't have any telemetry, because you still consume CPU in Azure, in cloud, so you pay. The idea is here, put a technology, serverless technology, that means you pay only if you receive telemetry. Yeah, I know, my solution receives telemetry every second because I have a lot of devices, but sometimes may happen that you have not continuous traffic on your solution. So in that case, you can scale down, scale in, scale out, and when you scale out, you can manage more devices. When you scale in, you pay less. So the idea is put something here that allow you to manage all the devices, add new devices, like a plugin, so I can create a new device. When a new device appear here, you have here, and how can we manage and optimize the cost of the solution?
Mm-hmm. And from there, you can grab all these kind of all these telemetry that you receive and build what usually is named the dashboard. That is very lovely scene from the CXO usually, because when you put data or metrics in a dashboard, they love it with pie graph or whatever. But the point, the real point is that when you can measure in a telemetry dashboard, not essentially is just for showing the data, but also to analyze them. If you can grab data, start to store that somewhere, and essentially could analyze them, you can start to create something that can rule your, for example, AI logic on your data, just to understand consumption in doing in your production site, or if the temperature still remain over some target for some specific window of time, you can also understand when there are some fault that could happen and figure out just to transfer this information in some reaction that you can imply in your production site, just to provide a previous events before that happened, okay? Then from here, you can also connect or plug all these kind of telemetry to external server. What does it mean? You can also export this data, this flow of data, to other system already, for example, existing in your company, or I'm thinking about the CRM or whatever, but also apply to external services that could generate information, create a notification, or aggregate information that could serve as a trigger or raising alarm, for example, for third-party services.
Yeah, just another thing. Here, someone can tell, hey, Massimo, but I'm not need the serverless technologies to communicate with external services, right? But the idea is I want to create this solution. And when I attach, when I connect, I join new services, external service, I don't want to change anything here. I just want to say, hey, new service, take this event from my solution and manage, okay? Just because if I don't touch anything, probably I don't break anything. So it's a better solution. Every time I add something, I don't need to change what I am in production. So probably, the possibility that
as usually when you are in production and something works.
Generally, when I work, every time I touch the production still broke.
Yeah, that's it. You don't make any sense to touch it. Okay, let's go ahead. What is now shown in the previous slide is exactly reproduced here in this architecture, giving a sample, in this case, of an architecture completely built under Azure, using Azure services, and trying to describe each point of the previous architecture using the services that we have on Azure. As you can see, on the very left side, we have the devices. We name, for example, Azure IoT SDK. And when I say SDK, that doesn't mean that you are interfacing via software SDK, a general...
The simulator.
Yes, a simulator or a general device that not usually can connect to Azure, but use a language like C, C++, Python, Java, whatever. You have a specific IoT SDK for this language and use it on your device, even if never, no one has built anything for Azure specifically. Okay, then Azure RTOS, sorry? Yes? Sure. The level of SDK that I said specifically, what you are asking for is named. It's very long, the name. I'm not sure to remember completely by my mind, but is the Microsoft IoT SDK for microcontrol, but for C, okay? That essentially, what does it mean? Interface devices that use C standard or C, the general C implementation in their on their ecosystem with this SDK. What offer this SDK that is on GitHub again? And at the end of the session, you will have the link to this GitHub report. Essentially offer you out of the box some API just already in the H file for C, and also just already implemented function in C, just right now to access all the services that you need to use to access to, for example, to Azure. For example, you need to go to IoT Hub. You need to log in your device. You need to have the first login, the first exchange of information, where you say, hey, hello, I am the device number 123, and this is my credential, or this is my certificate, and create this exchange of login is done automatically by the SDK for you, okay? And it's out of the box. And usually is something that could accelerate a lot the development. Even if you are using the microcontroller that is not directly supporting the Azure platform. Or even if you want to start to send metrics, a message in AMQP or MQTT, okay? There is already the implementation on the SDK that permit you to communicate directly without having to, on your side, implement something, okay? That's it, more or less. And you find that on GitHub, obviously. I mentioned Azure RTOS and Azure Sphere like example. Here I can find also Azure, the IoT, the Windows IoT platform as devices that can connect. Here I see also the block for Azure IoT Edge that stay exactly in the middle between the devices and the cloud. Azure IoT Edge, essentially what is another point of block of software that permit to run services in a containerized way. Let me explain it in an easy way. They will run on this hardware that is not essentially the board where you are, that you have on the field. It's an hardware that could run on-prem from you in a middle point from a third-party partner, or even in the cloud. You can provide that wherever you want. Okay, also on your own hardware. No problem. Just to say, Azure IoT Edge run on Windows and Linux. Okay, you can operate even on the two, and even on Windows, you can even run container with Linux images. The middle part is the portal where you can enter, or you can, DPS is the name you say here, you can leverage the management of, in the meantime, I give you, because you remember very clearly that for each question you have a gift. Then the DPS service, for example, is the point of deployment for our devices. If I have to deploy my thousands of devices around the world, and I have to deploy update in the firmware or in the operating system for all my devices, this service can do it for me, and I don't need to go physically on each device to update, but I can also manage to do different action on different devices, do different action in different area of the world, whatever. The last point I have here is Azure Digital Twins that mean it's a very big service that today we don't have the time to explore on that. If you are interested on what Azure Digital Twins do, you can reach me after the session and we talk for a full day on that, because it's a very huge service. But from this point and in the next, you have all the typical approach that you have on the cloud, but also on-prem. If you are implementing IoT architecture also on your prem, the usual approach for managing your data that is coming or is going to the field, because you have the hot, warm, and cold path to manage the different kind of data. If you need to implement something that run in real time, something that need to have some storage and elaboration in a not real time but fast way, or the cold, sorry, it is the opposite, warm and cold, sorry. And the last one is for maintaining your data for a long time and make long elaboration on that just to create, for example, as I said before, create AI algorithm or AI elaboration on your time series, for example, your data. And then
just to add the thing,
yeah, sure.
The solution, the serverless solution, is in this point. So warm path and cold path is not ideal for the hot path. Is not near real time. It's not real time. Is near real time. So if you want to analyze the data immediately, but you don't need speed in the analysis, or you want to take the data and store, why not?
For a long
future,
time. Yeah.
You can use the serverless. If you want the hot path, Azure gives you other services that allow you to.
Absolutely, yes. The point is that if you use serverless, you use something that is not completely deterministic. You know that that event will happen, but not really when.
Oh,
okay?
and also,
Or at least,
and also because you don't want to stay. The problem is, if you want to react in time zero or near zero, you need to stay there. You need to stay up and running. And serverless, I mentioned before, is not up and running everywhere because otherwise you spend a lot. So there are some scenarios that you can limit to warm and cold. If your scenario is hot path, it's not the good idea.
No, it's not the best one. And then on the very right part, you have all the other things that you can do with your data for managing, analyzing, describing, dashboarding, or simply plugging your data to third party, or returning to application, returning to third party, whatever. That is the complexion of the architecture. Let's go forward. Now, for our example today, for our test, we are using this kind of device. It's a developer kit that Microsoft built in conjunction with some OEM. Is based, in this case, is MX chip, is based on an ARM platform, 32-bit, not so big, not so small. It's something that could run code like an Arduino, like device, but it already include many things that permit you to test and in your software or in your sample very different scenario, like accelerometer, measuring pressure, temperature, motion in general with acceleration and only motion, for example. Having connection with Wi-Fi, with Bluetooth, also displaying some real-time data in a very small device, sorry, in a very small screen. You also have a couple of buttons just to receive some feedback from a user. And also there is a couple of things that not so many are using. These are the microphone and the headphone. This device could also run things like the normal Alexa kind of things, because you can record the audio and hear audio in real time, more or less. And when you read or record the audio from here, you can run locally or using the cloud, made some action like the normal skills that are implemented in Alexa, and do things like that. So asking, you can ask a question, you can record some audio, you can, for example, ask for information and receive them in voice. Yes, in this part, you have some GPIO exposed, I2C for sure, SPI for sure, and some GPIO. Normally, this one is the same layout you have on the BBC Micro. I don't know if you know this kind of device. Is a device that in UK is used in the elementary level school just to learn about starting about electronics and programming electronics for the elementary kids.
Yeah, my level.
Yeah, sure, for me too. And this is a device very, very simple, exactly an Arduino to be. And they implement not the usual dual inline connection of the Arduino, but this kind of connectors that expose, I don't remember how many, but not so much GPIOs, but you can use that. And this device repeat the same layout for the connectors, and you can also use the shield, let me name in this way, that the BBC Micro use, just to expose it also even with other sensor and also other GPIO, because you have access also at a level of bus. And you demux the signal also in this way. Why we used it? Because it's very easy, because it's already implemented completely in the SDK, and we can very easily test. For example, in this case, we use for temperature and pressure. We send this matrix to Azure, and we want to leverage this kind of message directly. Remember, message that is going to a cloud and coming from the cloud. We see that we could implement this back and forth from the cloud. Okay, that's it. Now I want to show you, if you, I think that probably not all of you already see how to implement or how to access this kind of things really for in the Azure portal. How many of you already see the Azure portal? Okay, just one. Okay, let me show you.
I win a prize.
You can grab a sticker, okay? And here we go. Okay. What you see here, and I try to show you with the zoom, as you can see here, portal.azure.com is what we usually name the Azure portal, okay? Is the point of starting where we can use Azure with our service and create our architecture, our application, whatever service we want to use on Azure. But what I can do from here, specifically here, I am in a special place, if I see, okay, in a special place, this is a service that Massimo created on his own subscription.
So pay attention, because I pay. I
no
pay
problem, you pay, I use.
Okay,
that's perfect. Obviously, we are talking about cloud, okay? The cloud is something that stays wherever in the world, okay? And if you want to use it, you essentially, yeah, probably is around the Amsterdam area. North,
Ireland.
North, okay,
Yeah,
Dublin, okay. But how it works? Usually you need to have a subscription. Something that say, okay, I want to access Azure, but I need to give you my identity, because you need to send me, you need to know where to send me the invoice to pay, essentially. Or you need to know my credit card, because what I spent, you need to pay, make me pay for this. Okay, inside the Massimo's subscription, we have created this IoT Hub. As I already mentioned, IoT Hub is one of the the main component for the IoT in the Azure platform. That is the point of entrance and exit for every device. In the IoT Hub, you have the possibility to create all your device, your description of all your device, because you don't need to create all or your 1,000 of devices, but you can create one and then repeat that indefinitely just to create 1,000 of them, okay? Or just, yes? Yes, sure. Sure.
Well, because you said that I can create one device and duplicate or
Sure. You can do it. You can do it in very different way. You can do from the portal creating one and duplicating that, or create some infrastructural file that describe this kind of device and personalize it, and via script simply creating that in a loop. Okay.
If you click on devices, just to check.
Yes, sure.
For example, come on. Yeah, now I don't remember, but probably I create a number of devices, call it device 1, device 2, device 3, and I create them using a script. So I don't create the device inside the portal. I create a script.
Okay.
I run the script. It is one device
2,
3, and so on are created using a script. If
4.
for each device you have the credential for the device, and then you can interact. So the device will we deploy it in the place, and that device can connect to the IoT and say, I am the device 2, I am the device 3 in different way. Okay?
Yeah, and if you have a production problem for your devices because you receive your devices already built from China, okay? You receive them with already deployed, for example, certificate inside. You need to know that this device is the one that contains really that certificate. Otherwise, when it try to connect to IoT Hub, you cannot recognize him. Okay, so what I can do when I generate my certificate that I have sent to the OEM builder in China, for example, just to push inside my devices, I have this list. I can recognize that and can create a script that reconcile the description of the device in general and associate with each specific serial number with, for example, the certificate, and create the description of the device inside the cloud. Okay, here I can describe my devices. When for the first time this device will warm up and try to connect, it will present to IoT Hub saying, hello, I am device 2. And IoT Hub say, okay, demonstrate me that you are device 2, because
Let's say the case is something like that. I have 10,000 sensors for temperature.
Mhm.
And the same model, same type of device, and the ID, basically. And just put some, let's say, something like a beautiful cloud. I just put the API key in every device in this guide. It's the other way to do that.
You can do in various way. In
Yes.
this sample, just to show, if you look at this, we are using a token. This is a shared access token. So we create a URL with a token with a period of validity. Okay, and the device when present say this is my token, just because it's a sample. But you can use a certificate. There is a different way you can do it. Every device called the same endpoint, the endpoint of the IoT Hub. And when call this endpoint, say, I am this device, this is my data. The data is up to you. In our case, we have temperature and humidity. And the IoT Hub store this data for your solution that are in the cloud. Okay? Okay. Probably is the question was how I can interact, right? Okay, perfect.
That's the point. Okay, from here, what I can do, I can also manage not only the point of deciding which kind of way I use my device. For example, here, because we are on the subscription that Massimo
I am
is,
a poor man. So.
yeah, we use to choose the free one that permit us just for testing to send 8,000 message for month?
1 day. No,
one day,
one day.
per day.
Yeah, per day.
With this kind of 8,000 at a payload of maximum of 0.5.
You can check, you can try the cloud to device. Cloud to device is the pattern
Yes.
mentioned by Marco.
Yeah.
So I show you in the demo if you have time, so I can try. So you can send a command to the device. Not only the device talk with the Azure,
but back and forth.
Yeah, for example, the update or just change something. In my sample, I have stop. There is a device here that continues sending temperature and humidity, and I can say stop. And then in the display, in the screen up here, stop. I'm stopping. I don't send anything. Then I say start and restart again. So I manage the device through the Azure using IoT Hub, right? Make sense?
Or simply, if your device is just showing information, you can send the information to show. Just something like that. Okay, and also just for testing, I think is enough. For example, well, you can also from here also analyze in real time the logging, the data that you are logging from your device, and you can also grab from here and put that wherever you want, just to analyze also in external places. I think that we have to go forward with other points. Probably is your time for.
I show you how you can connect and also we arrive on the Azure, we are on IoT Hub. Now we need to create the solution, because every time I follow a session, every people say, hey, it's simple. You can put the data in IoT Hub. Yes, but then the data is still in the IoT Hub. Imagine IoT Hub like a buffer, just a sample. Arrive the data is still there. You need to catch the data, you need to take the data, and you need to analyze. The idea is use the serverless. And in particular, one technology, serverless technology called Azure Function. What is Azure Function? Just because most of you probably don't know, but I like it, so I want to share with you. Azure Function is literally a snippet of code written in C#, Python, Java, Node.js, or PowerShell. Okay, just a snippet of code. It's based on a runtime. It is important because what is mean? It means that you can create your function, and because it's run on a runtime, you can deploy the function not only in Azure. For example, I can run my function there in my machine, or I can put on a Raspberry, for example, or in a container inside a Kubernetes cluster, or in a container, I don't know. I can say AWS. I can say
AWS.
Okay,
you can say.
So it's important. So the function is portable from this point of view. Question.
Should it be on the same architecture?
You are not deploying the language in the micro.
Yes. For example.
No. This.
Writing in JavaScript. And you have a runtime something that runs JavaScript.
No. This one run on the cloud. It's not related to.
It's not
No. Remember the architecture. On the left part we have the device. Then we arrive on the edge of the cloud, IoT Hub, and now we are inside the cloud, inside your hosting. Inside your hosting, I put in the cloud in Azure, but you can, because you run on a function on a runtime, you can run everywhere. You can run that runtime. So it's not on the device. We are not on the device. Okay?
To be clear, could be on a device if can run container.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay, that which kind of device we are using? Okay.
Yeah, it is code. So I use this code to implement the infrastructure to receive data and manage the data. But you can write, I don't know, later in this afternoon, I use the same approach to receive an image, analyze the image using machine learning, and extract data from the image. Exactly the same. Okay. Sorry if you understand that it wasn't, probably I don't explain, I don't show you exactly what I want. The idea, why it's important, the serverless technologies, because serverless technology means I write a piece of code, I don't care about the infrastructure. Yeah, I run on a runtime, right, but I don't want to spend my time to say, I want virtual machine, 5 virtual machine, and so on. I just say, hey, Azure, take this code, run, but when you need to run. Serverless is an architecture, is a technology based on event. So every time you receive an event, now I try to explain what I mean with the event. When you receive an event, you run your function. In our case, when you receive a telemetry, you do something. When you receive a telemetry, you do something. The way the runtime run your function when arrive an event is a component called a trigger. The trigger is there is a new telemetry in IoT Hub. This is a trigger because arrive a new telemetry and you receive the telemetry here. So you take in your code and probably you can interact with the external service. I don't know, you can save in a database. You can retrieve data from other part and so and so, okay? So this part is called bindings. So trigger and bindings are two important components in this architecture. The idea is because this runtime is extensible, you can create your own trigger if you don't have. There is a trigger for IoT Hub. You can create your own binding if you don't have. You want to interact with, I don't know, Office 365. There isn't a native binding for Office 365, but if you want, you can create. Okay? It's not difficult. It's not easy, but neither difficult. But what is the problem? In a function, the function is serverless, so there isn't something that runs indefinitely. Can run, do something, and stop. Arrive another telemetry, can run, do something, and stop. But I want to store the telemetries. I don't know, I want to store last hour of telemetries because I want to make some logic on that telemetries. So how I can store data in the function? You cannot. Of course, you can use an external service. If I back, I can use this one, but you need to write this. It's not, I don't want to spend my time to write something that is in a certain way standard. So Microsoft, based on the fact that the runtime is extensible, create an extension called durable functions. It is an extension of Azure function. So literally is when you create a durable function, you create an Azure function. So it's valid exactly what I said before. But so you have a new trigger, a new binding, right? But manage the state for you. So what is the idea? When you run this durable function, the name is durable entities, and receive the data, you can manage the state. When the state will be, when the function will be removed from the memory, the state will be saved in a storage. You don't manage the saving. It's something that is managed by the platform. Okay.
It's like a classic reducer, right? State is function that receives state.
Yeah, yeah, in a certain way, yes. Yeah, it's near. The idea is similar to the actor model. I don't know if some of you know the actor model. So it's something that receives something, manages the state, is not up and running every time, because when you are up and running, if you are running, you pay. In this way, you receive a telemetry, save the state, the data, and stop. You don't pay for any other thing. This is the framework that use the durable function to save the state, but for you it's transparent. You take the state, you change something in your memory, and when the function finish, the state will persisted in a storage. You can choose, in this moment, 3 storage. The storage account is a service in Azure, SQL Server, and another NetRit. The name is NetRit, another kind of storage, but it's not important because in the future you can use whatever you want. So, languages, exactly the same, but Java is in preview. Why? Because it is a new extension. So we implement the extension in these 4 because 1, 2, 3, and 4 languages. In Java is not is in preview. 2 months ago is was released, if I remember.
Yeah, but could be just a matter of some months to have it.
What is the problem? Yeah.
How does status function specify what is the state that needs to be persisted? Does it use an explicit program? Does it use the language program in which the function is programmed to produce a side effect, or it's some process, whatever is put in this object?
Okay.
Back?
If I understand the question is how you can manage the state. What are the
code that does it?
exactly?
Or it is some interface?
Yeah, you can do in 2 ways. You can use the code. There is some primitives in the language. Then you can say set the state, the name of the state. The state is something key value. So you say set the current temperature. Set current temperature 35. I don't know. It's not. I don't like it because you need to write a lot of code. You can, because in the most of the language you are in the object-oriented language, you can create class. You can define this property is something I want to save in the storage, in the store. When you change the state, and the function will be deallocate from the memory, the platform take all the class and save, and serialize on the storage. I answer to the question. Exactly. It's up to you. For you, it's a normal class, and also it's testable in this way because it's a. I don't know if you are a developer. I am a developer. Every time I need to put some code with a particular SDK in the code, probably my class is not testable, so I cannot run automatic test. In this way, I can because I don't have any interaction with the SDK. The platform, when the function will be removed from the memory, take the state. They say this one is a state, this one no, and save. And again, when arrive a new telemetry, the state will be deserialized in the memory, change the state, and serialize again. So it's all it's something that the platform do for me. That's for me. Okay.
Is the intention here is to have one function for something and not scale it horizontally as usually we do with the serverless?
No, so the question is, you have only one durable function and you don't scale? No, because you have for each telemetry that arrive, you have one running. The second one, another one. So scale automatically.
Where is the link one?
I show you. I show you immediately. Good question, because this is the third pillars of the server. The first is independent of on the platform. The second one is event driven. The third part is pay as you use. So if you don't receive any telemetry, you don't pay nothing. If you receive 1,000 million of Anyway, it's every telemetry is a run. Another one is another one, and so on. So the aggregation point is the storage. So every time arrive at telemetry, data is taking the memory, change something, and save. Of course, is arrived 2 telemetry for the same device. They are serialized. So first the first one, then the second one, then the third one, and so on.
We pay for this reincarnation of the state.
Yeah, more or less, yes. More or less, yes. Yeah, but I show you what you pay. The organization of durable function is composed. Durable function is was built for implementing workflow, basically, not store the data, but workflow. Because one of the problem of the function is a function A cannot call directly a function B. So what's happening if you need to receive something, call database, take the result, call another service, take the result, and so on? You cannot implement with the function. The durable function instead manage for you. You have a client. The first function that you will need to create is the client. This is something that will be run by a standard trigger. I don't know, an HTTP call. The telemetry arrives from the IoT hub, for example. Then call another function. This is the orchestrator. When I said you, the function call the database, they take the data, call another service, take the data, they call another service. This one is something that orchestrate the calls. So this is the orchestrator. And then you have the activity. Take the data from the database, call another service, and so on, are activity. So here you put the orchestration. Here you put the activity, the code that effectively go to the database and do something. Is not good for telemetry, because telemetry is not a workflow. You receive data, change the state in memory, and that's all. Yes, probably if you reach a logic, you need to call the notification to the service, but is in the basic behavior is not something like a workflow. These calls here are completely async. What does this mean? If the orchestrator call a function that write in the database or call another service, the orchestration is not up and running. The orchestration will be allocated from the memory, and when the function finish, the orchestrator restart. This is a connection in the serverless way. So remember, every time you are up and running, you pay, you consume. So it's not a good idea, right? Make sense? How it happened? Don't care about the platform manager for you. Don't care about. If you want, we can talk. Also, no, we don't talk after, because I give you a link to a book, my book, free, that you can download, and here is exactly explained how the platform manages this calling here and there. But it's not good for telemetry, because we need to use another particular durable function that's called durable entity. Entity is something that stays in memory, receives something, changes the state, and save. Okay? Entity name, entity key. Device, okay. Home automation is the device name. This is the room also. T215 is the key. So I can address a single device with this couple of data. Entity name, entity key. Okay. Device 3 you see in the IoT hub is the key. The name is standard. I call the name standard device, but this couple of data allow you to this called entity ID. You can call an operation name. So you can have different operation in the same entity. So receive telemetry. But why not send a command? I can send a command to the memory, to the entity memory, and then the entity memory called my device. So I can have different operation. Of course, I can send something to the operation, otherwise it's impossible. And I can run this operation at a scheduled time. Send a message to this device, not now. Wait for 5 minutes. It's all managed by the platform. The component is the same. You have a client. Here you have the orchestrator. Now you have the entity. So when arrive a telemetry, this client say to the entity, save this telemetry, please. The platform load the entity, change the state, and if I want here, I can call the durables again. Imagine you receive telemetry, and this telemetry, you say, hey, device number 1, when the temperature is over 30 degrees send a notification. This one understand, check if the temperature is under the 30, and then start an orchestration to send a notification, because this one need to manage the next telemetry. Cannot wait for something, okay? Need to react. So the idea is, this is the first part. In the second part, we have a layer I call front-end layer, just because it's the front end, that receives telemetry from the IoT hub. Let me show you. Receive the telemetry using a particular trigger and receive API call. I choose the HTTP REST, but you can choose the protocol you want. I finish, I know. And I finish. This front-end layer manage call the stateful data. The stateful data are device implemented using the entities. And then if the entities need to communicate with external service, use an orchestration. Then you can use different service here. The idea to manage notification without change nothing in Azure is implemented with a service called Event Grid. Event Grid is a publish subscribe. So you send an event to the external service and you can attach, you can join different service, but you are there. Okay? So this is the implementation. Yeah, I would like to show you just a thing.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. It's enough. Okay. Let me check. Come on.
Control 4.
Okay, this is the temperature in this. This is all the telemetry I receive. First of all, this is the device. This device called the IoT Hub. The IoT Hub call the function in Azure. This platform is in Azure. I receive the temperature just to share you. Use your tool because it's better than mine. Probably the temperature now will.
The anomalies there are those.
No, just because here I put my finger in the.
Exactly the same thing I'm doing now.
Exactly the same. Yeah. And for example, just to show you, I can configure the device and say, if the temperature is over 30, call, you can say my number, but not a problem. And if it's okay, probably I will receive a message, but in the meantime, more or less, I receive a message. So because in this when the temperature is over 30, the entity call an external orchestrator that send an SMS using external service. Another thing I can show you.
Very fast question.
Yeah.
This interface is part of the platform.
No. I give no. It's horrible. It's an horrible dashboard. No, you can find the project in the GitHub repo with the implementation of the solution, the implementation of the simulator, and the implementation of this dashboard. No, it's in the future. I would like to use Grafana and Blazor. This is a WPF, so it's not good, just a sample. But you have a set of REST API to interact with the device, to the solution. So you can create Grafana using Grafana, Power BI, whatever. Blazor, Angular, whatever you want. So,
or
time series
no. This data is on Azure inside an entity. It's a state on an entity. Of course, if you need to store in a different database, probably when you receive the telemetry, you store in the memory, and part of the data you can use the orchestrator to save in somewhere, whatever you want.
So the whole this data is in one entity.
Yes.
Like a database table, entity.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. It's like a data. It's when you go to the implementation of the storage, he uses a row inside the table. Yeah, but it's just an implementation. It's not, don't care about.
Is it only a single orchestrator, or there can be multiple orchestrators?
You can have one, or you can have, depends. When you run an orchestrator, you say, I want run an orchestrator with this ID, GUID. So if you use the same GUID, you run the same orchestrator. If you say, I want to run a new orchestrator, it runs a new orchestrator, every time a new orchestrator.
My question is only in the direction is it possible to have a race conflict between orchestrators that want to catch the data?
No, because the platform for you manage it when you call device one, and then call again device one, and call again device one. The platform uses a queue for managing these messages. So if you have a first call, second call, third call, for that particular device, will be called one time for the first, one time for the second, and one time for the third in this order. So you don't change the order. The order of the messages for a single device is maintained, but not for different devices, of course.
Is the system that the couple.
Yeah, receive the first one, complete the first one, save the data, receive the second, start, complete the second, and save, receive the third. So this is why it's not a good.
If you want to parallelize that,
you cannot parallelize in entity. You parallelize in orchestrator, but not in entity. This is why it's not a good idea for real time, because if you receive one telemetry for each millisecond, probably you have a lot of telemetry waiting for managing.
Okay. Another question is, this it's behind, or after I should say, in the pipeline.
This one is
it's behind the hub. So it's these events, although we say the devices send events, they are not sent by the device, they are sent by the hub, right?
No, this one, for example, this one, this particular device, that one, send use MQTT, in this case,
yes.
MQTT to the IoT hub. The IoT hub store the data. Yes. When arrive this event, tell to my solution in serverless, hey, for this device, there is a new event, a new telemetry. The platform take care of this communication between IoT hub and the solution serverless, and when the device is free, start the device.
What I'm asking is that the serverless function it does not communicate with the device. It says,
absolutely no.
I received a notification that data is waiting for me. I'll ask the
No. The device called IoT hub, the platform called IoT hub. There is IoT hub in the middle, because you need to manage the security in one sense and in other sense. In one point of view,
you need also to have the possibility to manage all the messages that possibly can arrive.
Yeah, you need to store the data in a place that was built for storing a lot of data. So IoT hub is this, and then the IoT hub manage the security for the device and also manage the security for this part, right. Because otherwise everybody can create a solution that read data from the IoT hub. My solution can read data because I have the privilege to read. Your solution cannot, because I don't give you.
Kind of. Because it is about the devices.
You have the information about the device and the telemetry produced by the device.
To what extent is the cloud configurable? What is the person how to retain the data?
You can configure the
retainment time, the retain
time.
Because I saw in the description there was 10 seconds.
No. This one is something I manage in my solution. This one, sorry. This one retention is something I manage in my platform. So you can have this one different from the storage in the IoT hub, because if an event arrives in IoT hub, you pay for the data you store in the IoT hub. Make no sense you maintain data for 10 days, for example. But for example, you need to 10 days in your devices because you need to make some logic in 10 days.
Right.
So you stay here, I don't know, 10 days of data, but IoT Hub maintain a telemetry for 1 day. You can have different time
Yeah,
out.
but at least IoT Hub could manage millions of devices with a generic retention is not something that you have limit for. Only your credit card is the limit. Okay.
So yeah, that's that was my next question. I guess it makes sense to have this extend on the control because we don't want to get into you have to pay $1 million. For
No, the point is because if you just to be clear, if you need to manage 1,000 or million or billion of data, probably you have a business that can manage that. Okay.
I hope.
Yeah, I hope for you that, but your business is enough big to manage that kind of things. Okay.
Mistakes happen.
Yeah, sure, but
yeah, but
usually this kind of device usually doesn't send 1 billion of messages.
No,
okay?
but the idea is if you want to try, you use the free one. The free one, when you arrive at 8,000, you stop. So the idea is I use the free. I create the test platform with the free. I deploy several simulator and understand what is the behavior of my solution when I arrive a lot of data. If it's all okay, then create another solution because I can create solution using script or templates. In this case, the plan of the IoT Hub is not free, but the
paying one.
The pay one. Yeah, mistake may happen, but yeah, but you have the same in on-prem, so it's not. It's
yeah, but I can guarantee that.
And also we are happy because you spend a lot of money. So
yeah, sure, because that will pay our.
No, just a joke, of course.
How does it deal with exceptions? I guess it's the same way. The exceptions is another kind of event.
I received the message.
Yeah, absolutely. You can also leverage that kind of trigger where when you receive too much, that messages that then the one that you are happening to receive.
In the meantime, I don't know what's happened, but anyway.
By the way,
I
can guarantee.
All of these things are small pieces of code that are here and there, and if you get a little bit back and look at the big picture, it seems like, okay, this is the problem, this is the piece, what happens when you operate normally, this is the piece, what happens when you operate when we see an error, this is the piece when you need to configure. What is the solution to actually say, hey, this is my problem?
Yeah, this is a pattern in the cloud. When you work for cloud,
I guess my question is, do you have to have a DevOps engineer?
Absolutely. Yes, sure.
You can have DevOps, of course.
Yeah, you can, and maybe I can suggest to you.
My next session in this afternoon is related to Azure function, but using AI. is completely deployed with an action in GitHub. So if I change something in the code, whatever I want, I push the code, starting an action, deploy my function. That's all, without any intervention. So you can manage it because it is code. It's like a website. It's like a container.
And what's your question probably? The GitHub action could be templated, scripted, and get the script and repeat in another repository and push there to repeat with if you want to resell this solution for another
you
customer.
can manage in DevOps point of view, not only the code, it's easy, but on, even the infrastructure. So the creation of the function, the creation of the IoT hub, you can script. So you can have something that called infrastructure as code to create the infrastructure, and something that is the classical DevOps, take the code and deploy the code, and configuring the DevOps, the IoT hub, and so on. It's not easy. I don't say it is easy, but it is possible. And probably when you work on Azure, on cloud, in general, you need to do, because you use cloud, for me, is like Lego. So you take different bricks and you put together to create a big, I don't know, house or a big...
your solution.
Yeah, your solution. So every single brick do something, little thing. So the function do a thing, the IoT hub do another thing. So it's a classical pattern for the cloud.
Yeah,
I don't know it's a good or not, but it is the pattern.
Yeah, but it's exactly what is good to go using this.
I'm thinking how much does it look like back in the time when you had, I mean, you look, for example, like a power linkhead where you have instruments to translate the expression of what you want to do and detach the developer from the actual these maps to the infrastructure in this way, so that the whole thing can work.
You mean something that you declare what you want, you run and create?
Right. It's almost like we need a language.
So I think we have another. So we can talk if you want during the break. Or also now, if you. But we need to,
sure.
Okay. No, make the question. But we are. You are free to go to take coffee, I think. No, but the question you give the, and also here you are.
By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly.
Place. I'll show you the next slide. this to stop. Just from here. More. Let me share the whole screen. Okay, share the whole screen. And getting back. So, getting back to something like this. Okay, now that is what you see. Let's start with a couple of concepts. What we're going to talk about now is custom vision. Custom vision as it goes in the, let's say, in this new world of AI and IoT. So, let's see. No. So, let's understand terms. This is classification. This is localization. This is detection. This is segmentation. This is a nice website. Just for this. So, how we start our story with Azure first. Need to create a vision. And for this, we have custom vision. Here, custom vision, it's, okay, I've created 2 projects with cats. One is object detection, the other one is specification. To understand how the stuff goes, I have some pictures. I have a specialist that told me there is something. I need to do the label. I can do it, there is a tool for label. But to get it here is complex. It's also it's let's say smarter and faster, right? Let's try to draw a couple of new pictures to see the difference. So, now share the screen. So, getting back, let's go to custom vision. This I created before. When you created this kind of project, again, if you do not know how to start with Azure, you have a $200, let's say, bonus free. So you need to have a new email address, and you will register for that. This won't cost that much. What we, okay, getting back. Sometimes we need to put a credit card. We'll take you and put back what you just very, very soon. When you finish the $200 or the month passes, you won't be able to use the resources, but only for a couple of months. So this is how you can try this. And this does not cost that much. So let's add a new picture. I have here 2 cats. One is called Snejan, because it's destroying as much things in the house like my wife. The other one is Tuli. Tuli means something like a cabinet. It's big and gracious like a cabinet. So let's try to get an image. So I put some stuff into the test. So let's add the picture of Tuli. So upload the file. And now when we click on it, on this kind, we'll ask to build a rectangle and to say what is this label. I will say this Duli. I did not use this model a lot of time, usually because the system is smart. It's able to propose where it is and who it is. So it's a nicer experience. Let's say our agronomes, the people who are not fighting that much. This is the part I'm not going to show the real stuff because this is the intelligence. Their intelligence because they are using their pictures from the field and stuff like this, not using cats. So we can say, okay, this is okay, and we have to save it someplace. I did not save it. And we can go to the other model to see the difference. Here you see, I'm looking where it is. I'm sure where it is. On the other model, I'm just saying what it is. So let's get back. Loading your projects. So this one here, when you add an image, let's add another image. And this time, let's be Snejan.
Here again, if you read a bit, you should also have negative pictures. So when we try to, we just put the tag. We just put Snežan. And yeah, it's Carreras, unfortunately. I'm saying for Marco, because Marco loves the opera. My father was an opera director, and on the other side had Domingo on the rest. So, okay, here you have a save, and close. So you see the difference. In one with the classification, you say also where it is. And we can play a bit if we have time at the end. Sometimes they are pre-proposed. This is here GUI or this is here Snežan, because the system is smart. But I did not use a lot of time to model, so Microsoft wind down the resources. Okay, we have created, we put it all the pictures, and we have here train. And we click train, and we wait. When the model is ready, okay, we have a train there. So now, how do you get to that? To get to this, we need to get to the Azure portal. And on the Azure portal, we have something like Azure Percept Studio. So, Azure Percept Studio is for your Percept devices. Let's first see what we have here. So we have the devices which are connected. Let's click on it. And because we are enjoying some time, let's move a bit. Who have been to the session of Alex Yonchev at the start? Nobody. Okay. Let's open Device and Device Hub. And then I'm going to talk a bit how is the Microsoft vision of Edge. Microsoft is a software company, so they had some stuff running in the cloud. I said, okay, how is the easier thing to run into the Edge, running to the device? So let's make containers. Everything. So we created a container with our version 5. We have a container with the software to communicate between containers. And everything else, it's your payload. So essentially, you have an edge device on which we are having a bunch of containers. Let's try a guess. How many containers do we have on our device? We have chocolates. We have chocolates. So IoT edge system. This is the hub. This is the communication web stream module. How many containers? Okay, so start with 8. You? Okay, you are collecting the chocolates. I don't want anyone. Yeah, I give it to the girls. So you see here all the containers. The number of containers from 3 to more. Because here, in the interest of time, I deployed already a model. This is why you see that many stuff. Let's go a bit into the IoT Hub, because Azure Percept is connected to IoT Hub. So, as a question, again for chocolates, because we have a lot of chocolates, and also I'm giving chocolates because Snežan, the cat, likes these chocolates. So I need to give them away because I've been to the veterinary with him far too many times. So my question, where I will find this edge device? At devices? No. Who said no? Nobody. Okay. She wants a chocolate. I need to tell you. So let us check. First, let's go at devices. Your devices won't see anything but an IoT edge. Okay, we have this. I can do a karaoke. Any request? So here we have it. And this is the response. You see the module count and the client count. Module count is the number of Docker containers that is there. Okay, we see how we create them. We see that we have this running. can program, yes, it's first of the main, second, it's not a trivial task. And this means that it's not the way how we did it. Also, Microsoft had some examples. For example, what I'm going to show you now will be the people counting. They have a very nice example. I believe that we still have it. It had an issue, and they said they will come with a new version sometime. But still, we can do it without. It was exactly, they deploy a special container, they did, we can still cheat. So let's get back to the, this, it's my dashboard. This is how I organize. You organize how you want. Let's get back to Azure Studio. Let's see what we have more here. So first, you have the module itself. I come on today. What is interesting here that they also do have here package also the remote app. So when I show this to my colleagues, it works. The downside is pretty big, but it works. And so this is the big box. We are having the vision, this small box, and we have the speech. Speech usually is to understand what we are talking, but we try to make it for noise containment. So this is not what our box. But getting back to this, let's get. Let's see what it's sending over. I deployed on the device model, a sample model, and I'm going to show you how. That recognizes people in the room. We'll wait a bit, this is lazy. But till this is loading, let's look around. So we have more than one way of deploying the model. Let's pick one. Can I click where it? No. Let's click devices. Also here I can deploy a model, a sample model. But let's go this way. Click here. Click again. Let's try to look. Still, we're thinking about. Here you see you have a deploy custom vision project. So you know that we have created the models there. We have created two. But here we're going to see just the one that goes with the simple classification. And just click for the model and we have. What I have done, and I'm not going to touch it. Again, you can do it also. There is another way of doing it. We have deploy. We have these models. I deploy this. So for debugging purposes, if you are in the same network, you have also the web stream from the device. And it's still working. So you see person. Why is there 9? Who can tell? What that means? Or zero sum. Anyhow, in custom vision and in IE, we're talking about probabilities. One is 100%. So we are having probabilities that are persons. If I'm in, let's see, I'm not a person yet. Okay, we're still. Yes. Yes. So getting back to this, we are still waiting for telemetry. Again, it's more than one way to skin the cat. You can do this also from videos with the phone. You can do it in a lot of places. Let me look if really it's sending telemetry. It is sending. Okay, let's try Visual Studio Code in the meantime. Yeah, it's not the one. It's a whatever. Let's and on this you cannot minimize, unfortunately. But we can go to desktop and click Visual Studio Code. Because I want to show you how the information is sent. So, and I hope that these won't eat all my messages. Okay, my problem is this is sending something to direct. I'm going to show you what it sends. It's a special, it's a simple classical format. You know the format, you can do something. First approach was first wrote everything into okay, into an I know what's happening. Into service bus queue. And how do I read from it? Let's get back to the dashboard. And here, if we do something, we'll see also the data. First, we use message routing. Message routing, it's a simple query. Let me show you the query. This is one. A simple query that if it's fulfilled, will send the data of someplace. In this case, that someplace it's service bus queue. And because this is getting all the messages, this is why we do not see the database. How this message goes? If a root gets the message, nobody else will get the message. You can have more than one root. We have one failback root which gets all the messages that are not fulfilled by any root, and the roots itself. Here, what we're trying to do when I stop this root, we see what's happening. We try to get the label. So we want to check if the label is person, and we want to be more than 50% sure that that is a person. You see, we're talking about the documents. And if this rule is fulfilled, all the stuff it's written in this service bus queue. And I've created this application to read. So pretty much this is how the message is. Neural network, this is the bounding box. Labeled person, this is the documents. And the time. So now we see the service bus queue what we have out there. If we stop the rule, okay, with the rule, what we need to bear in mind, there is a limitation of the number of conditions. Why there are that many conditions? Because in the neural network, we have a lot of stuff. So sometimes you need several rules. But you could limit it something like around 8 conditions that you can fill with the or in the rule. And you don't find in documentation, you just find an error. Error will try to say. Yes. You find it in documentation. So I don't like it. No, I'm just asking. So I want to earn your. So I'm trying to bribe you. So now we're going to stop this rule because we want to get the messages further. What is the purpose of the presentation from the demo? I want to count people in the room. So we want what we're going to do. We still will get this message, but we'll pass it to stream analytics, send it to the database, create some functions. We count the number of messages passing in a minute, which have a confidence better than 50%. And that's our target. Again, it's very complex. I see your face. It's something that you work all day long to do. Yes, no, of course. That was the point of it. And remember, all these, you can do it with insects, you can do it with roses, you can do it with wheat. If you have somebody who trained a good model, you are on the stream. And also if you have the hardware. So let's stop the rule. And most probably when I stop the rule, we'll have also the messages here. This takes a bit. Takes a bit to see it in the portal. All this around stream analytics, have some delays until we see it starting get moving around. But until this stops, look, I was right once in my life. This is how the message is showing. Body, neural net. The first building blocks, the label, confidence, and timestamp. Bear in mind, this is something from 1970, but it's not a unit time, as you know. And again, moving to more chocolates. You can guess which year I was born. Yes, 1970. But this again, this is not a Unix. This is from 1970, but it's not same package. And that we'll see in the database. So let's move on one step further. Again, on my dashboard, on Stream Analytics. Let's see what we have here. Stream Analytics is something like a telephone switch of the old days. Depending on the data, you can have a SQL something. You can decide where to send the data. Or do some process, or do some whatever. You can have the scenario. I'm sending all the data to a database. And I'm sending data from Sofia to a website. You can do it in the same query. So let's see what we have. The query will be the point to look in the start. And this, now we're in the IoT hub. I click not where it should. Let's see. First, Stream Analytics. Again, that application that show you the messages, you can use also Service Bus Explorer. That is exactly one. Because it's sometimes misleading that you need to read from the start. That is a simple application. I'm saying for the last weeks, for the moment, that GitHub made them public. One application reads the default routing message, and the other one reads any service bus. So it's something like 10, 100 lines for its production, almost production quality. So we catch all the, I hope. So let's see the wonderful query, what we have here. So we try to get, let's see if we still have that wonderful message. And also we have it here, but here we have expanded. We try to read into this array the element because we want the bounding box. This is the first operation that we do. So we want to get the elements of the bounding box as something. We want to get the label. We do the confidence. It's a float. And we do the timestamp. Here we did some process. So this is not using the syntax sugar from the SQL, so it's other way around. We are putting it in the first database, and first IoT app as event. We are doing some processing here to get them made, and we want the confidence more than 45%. And let us show us what we have into the database. Okay, I was there. This is the query, if you want to see it better. I will also try to put everything here. So this is what I've created into the database. Because in this case, Stream Analytics is not able to insert structures. So you have the table. And these are the fields, confidence, size, everything. I've created a couple of views. And we're going to use on this. Here we're trying to process that timestamp. We want to count the people per minute. Because if you're doing per second, we get different total. So we want to see all the events that we receive in the term of 1 minute. So let's see what we have around. Getting back to this, and let's go to database, which is this one. Connect first. So database is someplace. Again, I did not use this is as cheap as DB, so it means that the database resources are, database itself is stopped until used. So let's try it. This won't connect from the first again, because of this resource. Okay, let's try to pick one. Pick one. Yeah, the first one. But still, we won't connect because the database is shut down. First, we need to spin it up, and then let me to connect. Again, this is because I choose the cheapest. Databases tend to be expensive. Okay, you can do it to any database. You can do it to Postgre, you can do it, but I pick this. So you see it's not currently available. So let's click again. And now will be available. I hope. Today. Also, if you're working with this, sometimes you need to enable the firewall. So still, we can try it again. Let's, how said, you need to allow on the firewall. And now we're in. Let's see the view. Count person per minute. Let's see what we have here. How so order by whatever. Order by timestamp desk would be an idea. Or, yeah. So let's see now what's happening. Yeah, I need to write it correctly. Time minute. That's the time minute desk. If not, I will look in the query which is text. Yeah, but the date is absolutely not correct. Let's see the data that we have here. Most probably it did not filled up the database. Also, what you need to bear in mind that the Azure times are all UTC. That's a surprise. I see you're still very strange. Again, I need to order that differently and see if you are getting. And of course, it's not working. You know why? It's so easy. Of course, it's not running. I didn't start with Stream Analytics. So essentially, yes, I'm showing you Stream Analytics. I'm showing you the query. Thank you. I'm in for that. Yes, I know. Yeah, learn from Marco. This is why he's a black belt. So I needed to start out to Stream Analytics. And bear in mind, if you are using message routing will eat all the messages. So you cannot have it both ways. So getting back to this dashboard, let's go to Stream Analytics and start the job, of course. When we start the job, we'll get results. Start the job will take a bit. You won't lose any messages. Bear in mind this, because all the messages are in the queue, and you'll get the messages from the moment you start to do the click operation. And again, that stream that we are seeing here, this one, it works only if you are in the same network. What you believe this is GDPR or not? Yes, so this is only for the part. Usually it's not something else. So you do not see the picture. You just see that stream of numbers. This is what you got on servers. Okay, whatever. So getting back to this query, let's see what's happened. Still, we did not get the data, but still, this is still starting. And we are around the end, more or less. If you have questions, have a look at chocolates. So I'm really serious now. I need to get rid of chocolates. Okay.
About
this is not about Microsoft monitoring. I say about monitoring, you see all the stuff, usual places, monitor. You see the health of all this. Let's see if the job seems to be started. Let's double check. Started successfully. So let's run it again. And yeah, it's a bit optimist. It's not that smart. Seen each second. So it's not the problem in the logic, it's the problem in the field. Because you need to at the same time the boxes. Somehow to say that if that box is more or less there, it's the same person. So here, because we are a lot, and we can even see how many and what was the input. So let's put order by ingestion. Ingestion 8 time desk. So let's see how much. When in doubt, we can get it from this. Then we solve the issue. We'll see how many data are in. So we're having a lot of data here. So, and with a high confidence, but still, as an idea, you got it. You got the information. You now process something which you have boundary box, and on this you can do the counting, and you can do it all in server-based. What is the future of that? This is the version. The version 2 will be, let me show you this and really where it is. I believe that this is. The version 2 will be an half a length, one user. This is announced the one and NVIDIA instead of Intel. And can run 50 cameras, not 2. This one can run 2 cameras. So you can take all the cameras on this campus and do this kind of stuff. And also, because you have a server, this is running Azure HCI. Azure HCI is some kind of Windows server. You would be, if you have this knowledge and if you know a bit about it, you don't need that much problem. Still, you have that stream of data, like you see before, bounding boxes. This one. Okay, this one. Let's get to the dashboard and Azure Percept. no, this Azure Percept Studio on the devices, and still you'll have Azure Percept Studio, most probably a new version, or who knows, and you'll have the same, the telemetry will remain. So we can look at neural network, bounding box, label, confidence, and time. So that goes in the cloud, in our solution, I'll show you, which are both commercial. The knowledge was people who know agriculture who said that this plant is ill, this fly is gross or what, and this is that. And that was all. We just train the model, push it on, and go for it. So, in the interest of time, and because I want to, yes, but we need somebody who knows the thing. Because we do not, there is somebody who knows agriculture, say, this is growing much, this is now ready to take. Stuff like this. Yes, sky is the limit. No. But there are cameras. I can tell you from Singapore, there is a special camera, especially behind. But that is not no, it's in the object, but it's not like they are doing, they have such hardware. They just give you the result. This part is that big. Thank you. Well, I want to look at very well. If it's possible. So, for two chocolates, before I will be here by the next presenter. Yes, you want to show. Yeah, now it's specific. For now, is this one because this is in the box. Yes, you can. For us, it wasn't worth the effort. This is something like $500, and for our demo purposes and for the number of traps that we need to build, because these are the roles, it was okay. So we took this hardware, take it apart. We put out some of our parts, but generally we did. Theoretically, you can get 100. And in the future, we yes, I hope that we also something. Other questions? If you want to get more chocolates. So, if not, thank you very much. We'll continue with the partner database in October at Data Start. We still, if you are interested in the database part more deep, now we just say that this is how we can do calculation and stuff. But then we will give more how we have done it with better results. If not, hope to see you next year or some other event. Thank you very much.
And business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
One, two, three, four, five, success, prova, test. Test. Phase Analyzer, eccolo qua. Questo ce l'abbiamo. Poi se manca qualcosa l'apriamo. Questo è aperto. Ok. Again, another photo.
Yeah, sure. Let's start.
Ok. Buon pomeriggio, pieno, tutto pieno. Buon pomeriggio, and you know me, probably some people in this room know me, the other know. My name is Massimo, I come from Italy, as you can understand by my arms and also by my English. And before we start, then we arrive to the target, to the goal of this session. I want to tell thank you to the sponsor. I organized a lot of community event in Italy, and can assure you that the sponsors are very important because without sponsor we cannot organize nothing. So it's important. So thank you again. What is the goal of this session? This one. Sorry. This one. So the idea is, I'm not an expert of machine learning, artificial intelligence, but I want to create a solution that use some models, some algorithm, and as usual, because I want to deploy in an environment that I pay for what I use, I want to spend the minimum. So two different requirements. One, I'm not an expert. I want to do something using machine learning. Of course, is not valid for all the scenarios, but just we will discover what are the scenarios we can use in this case. And also, you want to spend less. What are the minimum? So just what we need to spend. The idea is, I don't want to spend money if I don't use my solution. This is exactly the point. So two different ingredients we use in this solution. I show you two different scenarios using machine learning and serverless. So the first ingredient is the serverless. What is serverless in general? Three important pillars, you know, because you follow the previous session, and the three important pillars. First of all, full abstraction of servers. So what does it mean? I create my business code by my business functionality, and I don't want to care about the infrastructure. I want to say to the platform, hey, platform, this is my code, this is my workflow, and I want to run this code, this function, when you need. And when you need, it is an event-driven scalability. So I want to react to an event. I want to manage some event. Imagine you want to analyze an image, images. So you want that if someone post an image in an endpoint you provide to the customer, you want to take this image and do something. So the idea is, if nobody posts images, you don't do anything. If you receive 1,000 billion images, you manage all the images. So I want to pay per use. So I want to scale with the event, and if nobody call me, I don't want to pay nothing. Okay. So imagine, one of the scenarios, the scenario we will see is I want to take an image. Every time somebody send me an image, I want to take that image. I want to analyze the image to find faces inside the image. I want to extract the image from the photo, from the images, the faces from the image. I want to save in a storage. Okay. If nobody send me the images, any images, I don't pay for anything. The second ingredient is cognitive services. What are cognitive services? Is a software as a service based on Azure. Okay, and I will tell you, you can use these services also in the edge. So you can deploy this service in a container and run on, I don't know, a PC or a server in a container way. You can interact with this kind of services. In the next slide, I will show you what kind of services you have. You can interact with these services with REST API. What does mean? You make an HTTPS call and you receive a response, or if you want, you can use SDK. SDK means you don't care, you take a language, C#, Java, Go, Node.js, Python. You don't care about the format or the request and the response. You just use the language. Behind the scene, of course, the SDK will provide for you, will make for you the request and analyze the response. I will show you in the code. Or finally, some of these services has a portal, yes, website, and you can manage this service by user interface. Generally, when you write a solution, you use the SDK because it's not easy to, it's annoying to use the REST API. I show you how you can use the REST API, and I will show you the SDK. And what is the purpose of the cognitive service? Give you cognitive features. So, for example, see what it means. Take an image and retrieve from that image particular features. I will show you. Or here, listen to the audio and translate in a text. Text you can use, for example. Or listen to the audio, translate in a text, and use this text to understand the user intent. So what the user wants, okay? And speak. The other part, you have a text, you want to speak in a language, okay, using the audio. Or, understand. I mentioned there is a service that allows you to create, intent. So, I don't know, I want to order a pizza, and a lot of, you can create utterance, phrases, sentences that the user can tell. Of course, behind the scene, we have machine learning models that just to simplify, understand is like Alexa skill, for example. When you say something to Alexa, Alexa understand the intent, but it's completely hosted in Azure. And also make decision because you can understand the intent and do something. Portfolio, what kind of services? 4 big area, 4 big services. Computer vision, this is all the, feature you have. Image analysis means I take an image, I can identify where there is a face, or understand what is the background color, the primary background color, foreground color, labeling the images or something similar. See, the same for the video, not only for the image, but also for the image. For the video, you can classify or detect image, and these 2, image classification and object detection, is custom vision, so you can create your own. It's it's tricky. You can take, for example, image classification. Also, object detection. You want to identify apple and I don't know, orange. You take a lot of image of apple and orange, and for each image you say, hey, Azure, hey, cognitive service. This one, you literally create the box around the apple and say, this is an apple, this is an orange, another image, this is an apple, this is an orange, and so on. Then you train your model, and you can use this model on your custom image or your image to understand if in the image there is an apple, an orange, okay, or something similar. The difference between image classification and object detection is when you have an image classification, you add a label to the image. You say, this is, I don't know, this is a pizza, this is a pasta, okay? So you have one label for one or more label, but for all the image. When you use object detection, you can say this part of the image is an object, another part is another object, okay? And you can create your own custom model because you are responsible for the images, you are responsible for the training of the model. Facial analysis is interesting because allow you to do 3 different things. The first one, giving an image, extracting the face exactly in the image analysis. The second one, giving 2 images. Say you can understand if in the first image there is faces that are also in the second one. So you can, for example, imagine you have a camera here and the camera in the inner part of the building. You take a photo of the people that pass in the enter, the main part, then the photo here. You can say, oh, these people is exactly the same entering 10 minutes ago, and so on. The third possibility is that you can create a group of persons. Each person can have multiple faces, multiple photos. Then you train your model and say, this photo, what are the persons that are similar to this photo? So you can recognize people, for example. It's very interesting. We will see also only the image analysis in this, but I leave you all the link to understand optical character recognition. You can understand. You have an image and you can extract text from the image. This is only the first. Text analysis. Text analysis, I take a text. I can understand the language of the text. I can understand if this text is a sentence written by someone, the intent of the user, as I mentioned before, or the translation. I have a sentence in Italian, I want to translate in English. And also, there is now here another, the transliteration. So I have a sentence in English. I want to translate the same. The same in a different script language. So Greek and Western character, or Cyrillic, and so on. So you can transliterate between the same language but in different character sets. Speech or text analysis, we will see in text analysis the sentiment. So the way you can take a sentence and understand. Try to understand if that sentence is positive, negative, or neutral. So one of the samples is about that. Speech. Speech, I use the microphone. I receive an audio, and I can recognize or translate or understand if I have a radio transmission. I can understand what is the speaker. Speaker, of course, if famous people, if I don't know, Satya Nadella speaks something, the service tell you, hey, this one from this minute to that minute is Satya Nadella, and so on. If I try with my voice, he doesn't recognize me, but because I'm not famous. Finally, the content moderation is important. You can understand if a text, a document contain something you need to moderate, adult only or similar situation, and so on. And also you have a lot of services, a bunch of services that use this one in different way to provide high-level service. For example, for Recognizer, use the image analysis and text analysis. You have the invoice in PDF. You give to the service, and the service return not only the text, but the semantic of the text. So number of invoice, total cost, product, I don't know, customer, and so on. So these kind of services give you the ability to use in transparent way, because when you use Form Recognizer, you give the form, you give the PDF, and you receive the result. You can create your custom model here. So if you don't have the form, your invoice in the standard format, you can take your invoices, create your model, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I want to understand, I don't know, if in an image there is what is the distribution of the color in an image using a particular algorithm. You don't have here. So the scenario is scenarios that you cover with this kind of services. Okay, so first of all, you need to understand if your scenario will be covered by one or more of these services. What are cognitive services? Basically is an Azure resource. So I will show you. You go in the portal, Azure portal, and also, and then I explain what I mean with also. Go in the portal, create. You can create two types of resource. What we call multi-service or single service. What is the difference? First of all, when you create single service, language, for example, or vision, for example, you have the free tier. So if you want to try the image analysis, you can create a resource and you have a number of call. I don't remember the number, but it's not important to try without pay editing. You can use also for production, but for each service, you have a different endpoint and different key to access to the service. So imagine you, in your application, you need text analysis, image analysis, and content moderation. You need to interact with 3 different endpoints with 3 different keys. In this scenario, you can use cognitive services. Cognitive services allow you to have the same, to have more than one services, even different in the same resource, one endpoint, one key, just one key. The problem is you don't have the free tier. Yeah, but you can start with this, and then when you go in production, use this one. So,
apart from the price, is there any reason to?
No, just because. No, generally you create your application, use this one in test and dev because you don't want to pay for test and dev. And your application, you create the application in the way you can use one single endpoint or multiple endpoints. So
it's just convenience. It's not some.
Yeah, just convenience. No.
Like, okay,
no, just for convenience. No, the same. The feature is the same. The feature of the service is the same. What change is the number of endpoints you interact with. So if you use only the language, it's exactly the same. This one has the free one, and this one has not the free one. Any question? No? I hope it's clear. I show you how it looks like this one. How I access, how I can use the service. You have an endpoint. Most of the SDK require the endpoint. When you create a resource, you give a name. This name becomes part of the fully qualified domain name you use to interact with. And then the keys. In the portal, when I say in the portal, I mean I can use the portal, or I can use the command line, the script, and so on. It's exactly the same. You have a couple of keys here. As you can see, it's a secret. You need to keep secret. I want to give you a pin, just a question. In your opinion, why we have 2 keys instead of 1, instead of 35? No, I don't give you the pin.
Those are different?
Yeah, this different, of course. No, it's the same. The same level. They have the same level. What's happened if I use this one? Sorry? No, are the same credentials, represent the same. What's happened if my application use the key 1 and I want to change key 1? So what does mean application use key 1? Means that in the configuration of the application, I rewrite the key 1. So I want to change the key 1 because for security reason, I need to change every 3 days. I change the key 1. What's happened? Yeah, can no longer access. But I can change I need to change the key also in the configuration. But in the meanwhile, between I change the key in here and I change the key in the application, there is a piece of time, an interval of time.
So
we
just falls back to key 2
we can put this one in the application and then change this one. In this way, we don't have any problem. But anyway, this is it's good.
Thank you. So it helps with the rollout of new versions.
Sorry?
So it helps with the rollout of new versions of the application. And if you have changed the key in the application, it's not rolled out.
More likely when you have changed the key and then the app falls back to key number 2 until you change.
Until you roll out the new version.
Yeah.
But you don't deploy a new version of the application. You change the key in the probably in a production you have your application that's running and this service that's running, and but for security reason, every 3 days you need to rotate the key. If you have only one, when you change the key, the application stop working. This way you put this one and put in the application, and then change this one. After 3 days, you put this one in the application and change the other one. So you rotate it. With 2 keys, you can do.
So it's not using something like OAuth?
No, for this service, you cannot use OAuth. This one. This is in most of the service in Azure, you can use this one, this approach. Or
problem has been addressed already, right? In a different way. That's
for this service, you cannot use OAuth just because your application may be a telephone, and the telephone is not in Azure Active Directory, for example. Other services in Azure allow you to use OAuth or something similar. In this case, you cannot use OAuth for the moment. I don't know if in the future, but for the moment. And some services need the location. Location means I create my resource in North Europe. Azure has more than 60 locations in the world. So I say I create my services West US. So for some services, you need the key and the location. For other services, you need the endpoint and the key. Use the key for each services. For someone, you need to use the endpoint for the other location. Depends on the service. If you go to the documentation, you can find. The idea is your application submit an HTTPS, probably because you want to, I tell you, because you specify the key in the header, in the header is a good idea to use the HTTPS, but theoretically you can use the HTTP. I don't see any reason to use HTTP, but if you want, you send a request using JSON, and the service respond with a JSON. Honestly, not all the services accept JSON, but there is other format you can use, binary, for example. If you send an image, probably you send an image as a stream. Okay, so but generally, and of course, the schema depends on the service. If you analyze the text, the schema is different that you analyze the image. So in the standard approach, you don't make the request by yourself manually. You use an SDK. When you use an SDK in your favorite language, I don't know, C#, for example, you say, hey, image analysis. I want to analyze this image. What's happened? The SDK created the request, send the request, retrieve the response, and deserialize the response to give you an approach object-oriented like the language. Okay, so in my demo, I will use the SDK. First demo. This timer is completely, I don't know the time. Marco, remember the time. Thank you. You are the remember. Yeah, because the timer is out of order. What we want to do, I want to use Azure Functions. Now I explain what is Azure Function. Sorry, because I repeat for you. And computer vision to take an image and extract the faces inside the image, okay? And make some logic. So we use computer vision. Computer vision is one of the services in Azure Cognitive Service. Allow you to have, you put an image and you have a set of information of that image. And not only, because you can create thumbnail. You have, I don't know, 4 megabyte of image, and you want to have a thumbnail to use in the in your website. You can use a standalone computer vision resource or multi-service, as I mentioned before. And this is the service we provide. OCR, image analysis, is bold because it's the service we are using in the demo. Face, recognize the face, identify face, or analyze the face. And this one is spatial analysis. Just, I think, when you create a thumbnail, is not just crop the image, but you can say, create a thumbnail, but identify in the image what is the point of interest. I want a thumbnail 100 per 100 pixels, but when you create the thumbnail, you service, identify the point of interest. So imagine you have Capitolium, American Capitolium, in the right corner. The service don't crop in the center, but crop on the Capitolium. So you can extract the point of interest. If there is more than one point of interest, it choose the most relevant by its own algorithm. So, but it's okay because you don't want to have a thumbnail with something that's missing. So it's okay. The image analysis is a part of the computer vision and give you this kind of information. Detect objects, for example, brands. You take a photo of a car with Coca-Cola and say, hey, there is a brand in the image. And detect faces, this is the feature we will use. And get the area of interest, as mentioned before, generate thumbnail, color scheme. Imagine you need to write something on the, create a watermark. You need to understand what is the background color because you want to write in alternate color. So this is a way. And image type and so on. I'll show you demo. So you made a post like this. So this is the endpoint. In this service, use the endpoint key. Imagine you give this photo and analyze. You can see visual features is a collection of labels you can pass to the service to say to the service, I want face, objects, and check the brand, for example. In this case, only face. You put this image, send to the service, and you have a JSON. In this case, this scenario, faces, identify a faces of 11, probably this one, male, and face rectangle. So exactly the feature we will use in the demo. So exactly the same. You put the image and return a JSON. You have some requirements for the image, only JPEG, PNG, GIF, and BMP. So no SVG, no WebP, only this kind of extension or format, and less than 4 megabytes. And the minimum size is 50 per 50 pixels. This is the requirement. I want to create a solution that every time someone give me an image, extract the face, and I want to spend more, I use the Azure function. I'm sorry for the people that were in the previous session, but I repeat this one. What is Azure function? Is a serverless technology running on Azure, and not only that, basically is a snippet of code, literally. So it's beloved by the developer because they write code in that languages. So PowerShell, Python, C#, Java or JavaScript, you can choose one of that, of course. You write your code run on a runtime. This is the Azure function runtime. What is mean? You can take this runtime and run the runtime in every platform, support it. For example, you can run on my machine if I want to test my function locally. I can run on Azure in its own service. I can run in Orchestrator, Kubernetes, if I put the runtime in a container, and so on. And also the other important thing of the runtime that is extensible. So you can create your own trigger and binding. What is a trigger? I said you in the first slide, the second slide, after the man before the screen. This is event-driven technology. So your code run when something happened. What is the component that understand that something happened? This one, the name is trigger. So, for example, in my demo, I create a function with an HTTP trigger. That means Azure, a function. Every time someone make the call to this endpoint, you do something, okay? Every trigger, a function must have only one. It must have one trigger because there is only one event, kind of event that starts the function. When the trigger will be thrown, you receive a payload. What does it mean? If you want to run, if someone make a call in HTTP call, you need to understand what is the request. Otherwise, how you can understand what the people send the request to the endpoint want to do. So you receive the request. Another trigger may be a function. Look at the storage, particular storage. And when someone put an image there, start. So the payload in that case is the image. Okay, so it's something like this. You can create your own, but in this demo, we don't create our own. You do something here in the function, and you need to interact with external service. When we receive the image, we need to call cognitive service. We need to call to understand what is the faces in the image. We need to call the storage to save the image, to save all the faces. So we need to interact with different services. The component in the functions word that allow you to do that is called bindings. You can do in several ways, but the bindings, if you use bindings and trigger, the creation of these two objects are managed by the platform and managed by this one. So you don't care about the platform. You just use the platform. This the idea in the server is this one. So you have a code here. I show you. Okay, this is the demo. So I have a function. I receive a post HTTP call with the image. Okay, then, and this is the trigger. I write the image on the storage. I want to save the image, no? Just because in the future I want to have, okay? And this is a binding. Then I call the cognitive service and say, hey, cognitive, this is an image. Tell me if there are some faces and the position. So I retrieve the result and I save here in the storage, in the same folder of the image, all the faces. So I extract the face, each face, and save as image, okay? And also, this is a best practice. And in the end, I use another service in Azure called Event Grid. We mentioned in the session this after lunch, just because I want. This is a way I can attach here on the other part whatever I want, what service I want. So I create this function. If I want to create a chain of call, I can just attach something, join something here. So I don't need to change anything there. So in the future, probably I want to create interaction with other service. So in this way, I can have this one. Even, also this one, Event Grid is a serverless solution. So if I add now, I don't pay anything if nobody call me. So exactly the same. Don't care about this one, just for completion, because best practice says if you have a secret in your configuration, and we have a secret, what kind of secret we have in our configuration? And a question? Exactly. The key is a secret. So you must to store that secret in a vault. This is a key vault. So the key is here. this one and only this one, not the user, not the people that manage this one, read the value. So it's just you can separate the role of people that manage the secret and the role of people that develop application. It's important for the security, but don't care about it. I show you. So the idea is, I don't know the time, but yeah. The idea is, first of all, this is a Postman. This is a tool that allows me to make an HTTP request, and I create a resource. This is one. This one is the Cognity Services multi-service account, just because I want to create this one, but I can create the vision, it's the same. Here, I have the key and the endpoint. As you can see, I blur, so you cannot stolen me. And I want to call directly without writing code. So this is the URL. Cognity Service Max Demo. Sorry, no, I cannot show you here. This one, Cognity Service Max Demo, is the name of the resource. .cognityservice.azure.com, vision, analyze, exactly as I mentioned in the slide. I can choose a file, for example, this one. Yeah, okay. I send a request. I choose, sorry, but I choose visual feature, all the features. So we can see the complete response I can receive from the so this is I have the categories. Sorry, let me open. Oh, okay, it's better, I think. Oh, I have the categories. So for Azure, this is a people group. What is the score? It's a game. It's a game. No, it's just because it is a machine learning model. So every time you say, hey, model, what do you think about this? He responds to you, I think that, and I am confident between 0 and 1. So in this case, 41% for it. At 41% is a people group. At 54% more or less is people young. So you can use to understand if the result is good or not. And is not adult. Yeah, it's just a couple here, each other. It's not racy content. This is the moderation. The adult score is 0, 1%. So it's acceptable. The dominant color, as I mentioned before, for example, the tag, if find a person, 99.9%, yeah, there are 2 persons, and so on. Smile, clothing, woman, so some tags for the image. Of course, you choose the feature you need. You don't call for receive all the data. If you want, yes, it's not a problem, but you need to receive more data. You don't pay for the data you receive, so you pay the call. So you pay one call and stop. Okay. And what I want to use is this one, faces. There is an age 31 male, and this is the rectangle. So I can say, hey, I have a male. I want to extract only 18 and upper. So this is good. This is the rectangle. So I crop the image and take the face, right? And on the age, give me. You cannot do anything. It gives me 56. So sometimes 56, sometimes 49, 48. So yeah, it's just an algorithm. Yeah, I use this age because in my function I check, I give a threshold, I don't know, 18. If less than 18, I discard the face, just to make some logic. Okay. What's happened in the cloud? I create a function, and the function is there. I use that directly in Azure. This is the URL I use for the function, so I can call the function. I pass the, sorry, because I need to, I pass the same, for example. I call the function. I receive, I made an error because, yeah, no, could not send the request. Why? The keys. I'm not sure, but anyway, don't worry. I try locally. Don't worry. I run, this is the project locally written in C#. Why? Because I have the runtime in my machine. Runtime is written in .NET Core, 6, and now some, yeah. Yeah, and also is open source, so you can find the runtime on the.
It says that SDK supports Java.
Yeah, but you can write your function in different languages.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you use Java or.
Yeah, but
Node.js.
Why you cannot run C# in Linux? Yeah, no, it is core, so run everywhere. Run on everywhere. Yeah. The function doesn't work now. Is hosted on Linux, not on Windows.
Anyway, what the application links again.
Yeah, but anyway,
just the URL. Whether do it by hand or use the.
And yeah, if you use Azure, honestly, you don't have any impact on the URL because it is a platform as a service. So don't care. It is serverless. Don't care about infrastructure. It's not up to you. You can choose if you want Linux, but how many virtual machines, how many are managed is not up to you. It's magic.
This means that we can have some very stupid microcontroller and just build the post and send it to Azure server.
I can tell another thing, but you don't tell to the other. You can use more of this service using a container. So if you take the container, you can put the container on device if the device can run the container. The only limitation is that you need to connect the device where you run the container. You need the connection to the Azure, because for licensing reason, every time you use the model on board, you need to say Azure. Use one call. So, but the model is still on the. There is another way you can deploy. You can deploy the same in not connected word. But there is a form, you need to compile a form, we need to open you for the disconnected approach. But anyway.
Wait, did you say that the model is local?
I said that.
So the only connection is actually to figure out the licensing.
Yes.
Okay, that's
good.
Completely different.
Yeah, but I tell on the end because it's just to give you the hype. Yeah, you can use the container and also for the custom model. So if you create the object detection custom, you can export the model. You need to create the model in compact mode, the name. You can export.
It means that you can use IoT.
Yeah, of course, a container cannot run on microcontroller, probably.
No, but if we just make the post and send it to
absolutely.
the server, then we can use something stupid like a pic or.
Yeah. If you can make an HTTPS call, you can interact with the service. Cool. Right? Yeah. Even if the service is on Azure or is in a container in another cloud or is in a container on-prem. Yeah. That's the same. So now it's running. Let me send locally. This one. Select the same just to show you. And send your request. Something happened here. As you can see, something happened. Yeah, I received a result. This is my result. I take the result from the cognitive. I remove the 18, less the 18 in this image. There is no under the 18, and I extract the data, but what I did is here in the storage, local storage, my machine, I run on my machine, I create 17. This is the F710. Let's go here. F710. This is my ID, my application. Give an ID to the caller. And this is the image. This is the result. The image has two faces. These are the faces. You don't trust me? I know. Let me show you. Come on. Come on, machine. No, this one. One of the face. It's very stupid, I know. But just to understand that you can interact with service in a serverless way and extract something, okay? If I do the same in Azure, I don't know why in this moment is not okay. The result is the same, but the data is in Azure, not here, okay? I want to close, go ahead. Second scenarios is sentiment analysis, Twitter sentiment analysis. In a different way. I use another serverless technology called Logic App, and I use Tech Analytics, just because I want to do in a different way, because I want to show you also Logic App and not only Azure Function. What is the Cognitive Service for Language? Is the service that allows you to manage all the stuff related to the language. So in particular, natural language processing. So as usual, or use the language resource, one single service language, or cognitive service if you want to use different services. And we use language detection. This is the sentence, what language is. Key phrase extraction allow you to imagine this phrase. The Colosseum was built by the Roman Emperor Vespasiano. Key phrases is Roman Emperor Vespasiano and Colosseum. So in the text are the most important key phrases point in the text, and also entities. So here I put the points here because if you try with this, extract Colosseum and the link, now only Wikipedia, and Vespasiano also, Emperor Vespasiano with the Wikipedia reference, and the sentiment. In this case, the sentiment is neutral, but imagine I have a Twitter amazing event, probably the sentiment was positive, and so on. We use language recognition and sentiment. What are sentiment? Allow you to understand, given a text, what is the sentiment of that text completely, or for each sentences you have in the text. And not or, because you receive the sentiment for each sentence and also the sentiment complete for the complete text. You have only negative, neutral, and positive. Yes. And yeah, at sentence or document level. And for each negative, neutral, positive, you have a score that tell you how much positive or how much negative is there. So smile, this session is amazing. It's false, okay, but okay. You call the service with the endpoint, the resource key, the result is 1. So this is the score for the entire text. So for him is 99% positive, yes. For example, for this sentence, this session is amazing. For him, for it is positive 99%. So you can take your decision, okay? What is Logic App? If Azure Function is code, Logic App is design. So I don't know if you know Power App, but Power Automation, the name is. So you create your workflow, putting some boxes. Every box you put, first of all, Logic App at this moment run on Azure, only on Azure. In the future, we run on runtime, function runtime, so everywhere. You have a trigger because it's a serverless, but the difference between function, you have 300 different triggers you can use. For example, Twitter, I will use Twitter. You have the trigger for the Logic App. You don't have the trigger for function. You need to write by yourself. So in some scenario, it's good to use one instead of the other. And you have, as usually, the possibility to connect to external service again. In this scenario, in this technology, the external connections called connectors, not bindings, but just a name. The most important thing, you have more than 300 connectors. SAP, Oracle, AWS, I don't know, there are a lot of connectors. So in my scenario, we use a trigger, a Twitter trigger that look for, I don't know, IoT and hashtag IoT, hashtag AI, hashtag summit, where receive a Twitter, use the service to understand what is the language. Why? Because I need to know the language to say what is the sentiment. One of the parameters I need to pass to the service for the sentiment is the language. A sentiment in Italian is different from English. So I put, and then I save the tweet in different folder, depends on the sentiment. I show you briefly, and then we finish. Dove sta? Qua. Sorry, this one. And first of all, this is the logic app. This is the trigger. So I put this action. I can add a new one here. For example, just to show you how many connectors you have. Come on. Yeah. Every of these is a connector. For example, this is a connector for Doc Fusion 365. I don't know what is Doc Fusion, but anyway. And in my scenario, I use the trigger for Twitter. I want to be informed. I want to check every minute. I want to be informed when arrive a new tweet with hashtag IoT, hashtag AI, hashtag summit. Okay. Then I want to call detect the language to understand the language. Then for each sentence, also when you call the language, you can pass more than one document, more than one text. So for each text, I don't know if Twitter give me one tweet on Twitter. So I need to manage all the tweets. So for each tweet I arrive, I check the sentiment, and for each sentence inside the tweet, because a tweet can be composed by sentences, I can understand the sentence. And then here, if the sentiment is positive, do something. I save in a folder called positive tweet. If not, if it's a negative, I save in another. I save a text in another folder. Just silly logic, but to understand, I can understand what is the sentiment and then do something. Okay, I show you. I hope someone write this kind of. Yes, for example, this one. Why you choose this one? Because I write this morning, so I know what is the result. Now then we can see also the other. You have a visual debugger. So this is exactly the same actions. This is the result. Let me show what kind of response arrived from Twitter. Here the tweet. Amazing event with amazing people. Happy to be here. This is the author. I tell you, this is my tweet, but anyway. So I received the information. Then I call to understand the language. I pass this text, and the response is for the service. This is English at 96%. For me, it's okay. So I can go ahead. Then I go there. Sorry, here. And I say, this is the text service. Give me the sentiment. Thank you very much. I'm a bit tired. So this is positive at 99%. And for each sentence, amazing event with amazing people, positive at 100%, and the other one happy to be here at positive and 99, and so on. So you can also you have the tag for it. The tag is neutral, is not something, and so on. So you can make some some analysis and so on. So to create this logic app, if you have if you create other, I spend 30 minutes so to create this one, and also you can. It's important. You can go there. Let me go there. Here, and you can extract the logic app as template. So you create logic app for tweet analysis, then I use one time for IoT, another one for Azure, another one for AWS. So I can create more than one with the same logic, but different parameters. So it's important. So you create one time and use multiple time. Make sense? Good? Okay. I'm happy. Sentiment positive. So just to recap, as you can understand, you cannot use cognitive service in all the scenarios, but there are a lot of scenarios in which you can use without knowing anything about machine learning. I'm not an expert in machine learning. I studied machine learning when I was in the university and the Roman Empire time. So yeah, but I don't remember anything. Some services allow you to create your custom model, so you can customize. I have another session, but it's Italian related. Is a function that recognizes if you have a kind of pasta or another kind of pasta using the model, custom model. But you can customize, and also remember you can use a container. So if you don't like that your image, go to the Azure. You deploy your container in your machine, your image is still there. So it's important. And also with serverless, you pay for use. So if nobody call the endpoint in my function to analyze the image, I don't pay anything. If nobody send a tweet with that kind of parameter, I don't pay anything. So it's good. Thank you. Q&A if you have some question. I suggest, I want to suggest to, if you are interested in Azure function, this book is free. It's by SyncFusion. There is in the previous session, I don't mention, there is the solution, the IoT solution in this book, explained in this book. Not this solution, these samples, but the IoT. Thank you so much. So it's a pleasure for me. Of course, I think we shared the slides, so you can find a lot of links here, and also the repo for the solution. The first one.
It's an interesting thing to play with, especially since it's free.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Can I just scan the QR code?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm happy if you scan the QR code. I hope it works.
Yeah.
It works? Perfect.
Thank you. At the end of the day, if I can run it on edge device, even not connected, why should you
go to the documentation? You can run on non-connected, but you need to fill a form.
Yeah, it's clear. Yeah. I understand, but I'm wondering.
I don't know what is the licensing in that scenario. I don't remember, but yeah, you can. But the problem is, we need to understand how many times you use the service.
No, it's clear, but you're not allowing me to ask you the question. You starting answering, you're better than Azure. I'm wondering why there existing another services that are not Azure or AWS in this case. For me, it's so easier and.
You mean you want to use another service instead?
Yeah, I'm saying that you're providing everything as Azure. If I'm going to run it offline somewhere, even. Of course,
I don't know if you can. Probably.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies
And I can. It's perfect now. Yeah, yeah, sure, good, nice. Okay.
I think that we need to reshare.
Is, is it okay now with sharing screen? Good, good, great. Okay. Thank you for coming. I'm just a bit nervous because it's my first in-person presentation after pandemic. During 2 or 3 previous years, we have presented more than 300 of presentations, but all of them were for the internet audience, and this is first in person. And somehow it's connected to the main topic of our presentation, because it's about managing such hybrid communications when sometimes part of our employees are in office and part of our employees are out of office. And it's really big challenge for people management, for business users, to understand how to manage well-being, how to manage productivity, how to manage focus time, and such on for the personnel which are working sometimes from home, sometimes from the distance. It's also a really great occasion for us to present this presentation together, because Katerina and me, we were also so-called Microsoft family, when we were working for Microsoft and each other. It was many, many years ago. And now we are working for different IT companies. But this informal community event, this is a really big pleasure for me to share the stage with my wife and to tell our different approaches to the topic. Just a few words. I'm not only technical guy. Also, I am the head of the corporate university for a big company, our IT, and I'm a business user. I'm the end user of this system, and this is my really day-of-day trouble and task to understand how is our corporate training program is efficient. Do it really work? This soft skills training, do they help to improve internal communication or not? Because what we can give some surveys to the people, and they say, okay, this lecture was fun, and I'm satisfied, but I'm not sure that it's really make any change to his everyday work behavior. What is the result of the trainings? Okay. Thanks for our sponsors. Thanks for Mikhail Matiev, the organizer of this event. It's really big pleasure to work with him. What we'll talk together today. So just a few words about Microsoft Viva Advanced Insights. Then we will tell a few advanced users cases about this one. And we will tell recommendations and useful tips, and also as such bonus, small bonus, I will describe 3 of our big projects for the customers using Microsoft Viva Advanced Insights. Of course, not without the name of the customer because it's confidential, but with the real data and real behavior. So the business. It's rather fun. When it was pandemic, one journalist asked me, what are my thoughts, what will be after the pandemic? So will we return to offices, or will we continue to work distance? And I said that I don't know, but I think that some companies will admit to work distance from home everywhere, and others will return to office, because it's very expensive to combine these 2 variants. But I was wrong. And we can see now that most part of our employers have to give their employees the option to come to office for some personal meetings because it's really important. And some have to continue this distance work. So we are calling it hybrid work, when you don't know where is your employee right now, and the people management of such behavior becomes a really nightmare. It's very, very expensive and very difficult. That's from the people manager perspective. Of course, people manager wants that his employees is sitting near him, he can see him, control him, something like this. But what people say? Microsoft conducts a really big survey with thousands of participants, and employees say 3 not so nice for the business things. First of all, the health of the employee now is much more important than the work. In pandemic, we have discussed and understand that it's a really big issue if you have some health issues and so on. So yes, people say health is important, well-being is important. Then most part of our employees are much more flexible because when they are working from home, they are not so connected to corporate culture. They're willing to change their work, maybe sometimes work for 2 or 3 employees in the same time. What's the issue from the business perspective? Now, most of business say that talented people is the main business value. Because, of course, especially for some industries such as IT, finance, and so on, where we have high salaries and high cost for for recruitment, and it's really important for us. Okay, going to numbers, next year, most part of enterprises with a lot of employees will start additional ways to measure well-being, productivity, and others. Here I have some question for you. Do you know what is the difference between annual survey, usual survey, and pulse survey? What is pulse survey? Did you hear about it?
Sounds like similar.
Yeah. The main idea is that survey is many questions once a year. We are coming, there are a lot of difficult, tricky questions, and we're trying to answer it, and somehow they calculate it and so on. But survey is very short survey, from 1 to 3 questions, but it's weekly. So each week they're asking, I'm good right now, how are you? Yes, I'm feeling good here. And they're measuring not also the answers, but the dynamic of the answers. So trying to understand what's happening in the company right now. So this is the idea of pulse survey. But of course, pulse survey is not so good because it's only self-assessment. And sometimes it's very difficult to analyze. And we start other indirect methods to better understand the worker sentiment. And one of these variant is Viva Advanced Insights, because right now when we are working with computers, you know that we are using Microsoft Teams, and behind the Microsoft Teams below lays Microsoft Graph, and there are many information collected there. By the way, you can open Power BI right now. We will show this in the presentation, but it's really easy. You can open Power BI, and here in the preview mode, you can input all your Teams data. So you can open Power BI, in the data connectors, you can find Microsoft Teams, and you will see how many data will be collected from Teams about you. That's your personal data. And it's rather funny. For example, I didn't use this before, even when you are sharing a screen, this recording. So not only the meeting, but who shares the screen, where shares the screen, all this data is collected, and there are really big data. So what we can measure? We can measure meeting quality, and there are a lot of interesting parameters. Not only participants and blanks. For example, multitasking. If you are during the meeting writing emails, typing somehow, making other calls, or if you have conflicts when the same different meetings are planned for one time, we can measure it. And we call this multitasking, and we understand that this meeting is not really interesting for you. Yes, you are just listening, but you are doing something else. And there is a very proven expertise that is multitasking is bad for us for usual performance. Manager time. Also interesting metrics pattern. We can measure, do your manager have a regular one-to-one meeting with you? It was really a surprise for me, but we have found a lot of companies where they never meet. So they're just working with the team to only setting goals, but they never have planned sessions with his employees about his well-being, career development, or something like this. And this is basics of the business trainings which we are conducted to the people. So when I'm showing this information to HR department, they say, how it's possible? Yes. Collaboration hours, when we are working, well-being, how often your manager mailing you outside of working hours, or typing, or calling, or something like this. We can measure it. And of course, network size is really important. With whom, how much your contact in internal company. I will tell about these examples later. But for example, we have very interesting company. We have found 2 departments. Their employees never meet with the employees from other department without his manager. So if, for example, somebody from finance meet with IT guys, only with the finance director on this meeting, never without him. So a lot of delegation and so on. So there are a lot of interesting patterns. We can analyze them and work with them. Okay, right now I am transferring stage to Katerina. Katerina, stage in use. Please show us the example.
Okay. Let's start with some technical parts regarding Viva Insights. First of all, I need to mention that Viva Insights is a part of Microsoft 365, which you already know, using in your company and trust, which means that Viva Insights is scalable, stable, and secure product. And it is located in your trust boundaries with privacy safeguards and protection for your individuals. That means that all your data under your control. Additionally, Viva Insights has seamless integration with all Microsoft products, which means that you can easily implement in your company this product without any changes in the employee flow of work. You can do this later on if you need it, if, for example, you decide that this will be valuable for employee experience. For example, Microsoft Teams, Artem mentioned this. We can see, according to some results or surveys or studying researches, that nearly 250 million people use Microsoft Teams now, and most of them are using PC and mobile version, both of them, which means that Microsoft Teams has become a collaborative tool where employees can meet, can share files, can collaborate. So we can see, in other words, that Microsoft Teams is a single digital platform for employee experience. And this is one example. Additionally, what we can see regarding Viva Insights, that the unique advantages of Viva Insights is a seamless integration with Microsoft Graph. Microsoft Graph is a powerful tool where digital footprints are captured. For example, when your employees are using collaborative tools like calendars, like emails, meetings, etc., all their digital footprints are captured in Microsoft Graph. And Viva Insights is only employee experience platform that can natively integrate with Microsoft Graph, get data, apply intelligence, apply data privacy to this data, and convert this passive data into actionable insights and recommendations. So you can use it. Let's talk a little bit regarding data privacy, because Microsoft is care about data privacy. How we can apply to Viva Insights? Let's talk from personal insights firstly. Personal insights that you can see in your Outlook, in your Teams, they are only for employees, for particular individual. And leaders and managers never can surface this. The aim of personal insights is to help employees to improve their workload, well-being, and to see the progress. And they are protected. For leaders and managers, Viva Insights provide another type of reports and dashboards with aggregated data, with depersonalized data, and additionally, Microsoft Viva adds some statistics noise to be ensured that individuals can never be depersonalized in these reports. So it is very safe. Let's see on some samples how you can use Viva Insights and get immediate value of using Insights. Let's consider, for example, leaders and managers. Right on the flow of work, leaders and managers get insights, high-level snapshots in the Microsoft Teams application, Viva Insights for Microsoft Teams. And when they capture any areas that potentially need their attention, they can use Viva Insights broad application to uncover where in the organization as a whole these issues seems to be most pronounced. At the same time, they get information about these things where they are going well. And by comparing these, leaders can use a targeted approach and focus only on areas that need their attention and stay away from areas where everything is going okay. And in the parallel from the top-down research or some approach, individuals, employees get personal insights that we discussed, like briefing emails or recommendations, how you can improve your day. For example, let's book your focus time to have deeply focused work, to concentrate on your tasks. Or please prepare to upcoming meetings if you will have such today or later on. Okay, let's see on the built-in report that Microsoft Viva Insights provide for you. So if you install Viva Insights, you can immediately use such report. Why we would like to present this report? Because one of the metric that we need to capture is well-being and prevent burnout, prevent stress. And one of indicator of burnout and stress is after-hours work. So after-hours work can very quickly erode engagement and decrease productivity of your employees. So it is not so good. And this report provides you how your organization as a whole experiencing after-hours work. And additionally to the personal cost, after-hours work and burnout could eventually be translated to the whole organization as a huge productivity loss. And by leaving unchecked, these employees can burn out and leave your company. And we know how it is hard to replace employee. It could cost up to salary, and it is very hard to find right employee to replace. So in this report, I can go deeply and see which triggers we have, which pushing burnout and after hours work. One indicator is the lack of focusing hours. So collaboration, it is very important for organization, for people. But in addition, people need their own time to concentrate on tasks, to be creative, to resolve big issues and problems. And Microsoft report, Work Trend Index, indicates that people said that since February 2020, they have more meetings and collaboration up to 250%. So it's eventually this drastically decrease opportunity for focus time. And when people need to concentrate, maybe in the evenings, so it can lead to burnout and stress and etc. So this is very important. This is built-in report that Microsoft Viva provide to you. But what if you would like to analyze deeply data or combine any data from another data sources and analyze this combination? What you can do? So we have a very good answer for you. You can use Power BI tool to get all necessary data and analyze it. So let me briefly explain what this report, how this report can help you. So this is a sample of report that was built for occupational burnout specialists to track the current situation, how it is going on in our company. This is a scalable report and can analyze very big amount of data from hundreds rows to 1,000 rows. So let's see the main parts of this report. The main part is on the right side, and these provide us information about our employees divided by 7 stages of occupational burnout, where the 7th stage is the last one. And additionally, we can see here the forecast for the upcoming month based on the historical data from the previous months, what was in our company and how it could be if we did not apply any changes, or how it could be if we apply some additional changes. Let's continue from right to left and see the central part where we put information about key indicators that could lead to burnout or prevent burnout. So we divided these key indicators for 3 blocks: meetings, culture, management style, and work-life balance. And let's see deeply what we put here. The first visualization here in meetings culture provide us information about the average hours that our employees spends during collaboration with other employees. For example, in emails, in calls, in chats, in instance messenger, etc. So this is aggregated information. The second visualization provides us information between correlation between the duration of meetings and number of participants. So collaboration is essential part, and we need to care about productivity of our meetings. Meetings should not be so long, and meetings should not include a lot of participants. So, and we can see that decision-making meetings are those meetings which are less than 1 hour and have less than 8 participants during the meeting. And the last one, in the meetings culture, external collaboration shows us how our employees collaborate with people from our customers, partners, so outside of our organization. What are their collaboration patterns? Okay, let's go on and see regarding management support, or we can call this engagement as well. We know, according to different statistics and research, that people who are satisfied and have strong sense of belonging are more likely to produce high-level quality of work and stay at the company. So we need to care about it and measure it. How we can do this? The first option is about one-to-one meetings. How often they have one-to-one meetings and how often they get coaching from their managers. It is an important part. The second visualization is very interesting, which provides us correlation between average hours that employee has with one-to-ones with his manager and average hours or duration in meetings where his manager is in the participant list. So this provides us information about the management style and if we need to improve something here. And at the time of deep work, this is focus hours. So if our employees have enough time to be creative and to focus on tasks, it is okay. If not, we need to improve something. And the third block is work-life balance, and we start with average daily hours that our employees have after hours collaboration. So after working hours, they have some meetings, chat with their employees, which is not so good. The second visualization provides us information about how many hours during uninterrupted works our employees have. So we spoke that it is very important to have focused hours, but at the same time, it is very important to have breaks, to recharge, to be creative. And we need to find this balance between focus hours and work without breaks. And after hours work, here we aggregate by weekly, not by day. So this is key metrics that we put in our report. Additionally, I would like to highlight that this report supports what-if analysis. We can apply some steps and see what will happen if we apply these steps, or what will happen if we won't apply any steps. So we can correct our behavior and see the future results using this report. For an example, we can apply Viva plan. Viva Insights provide different plans according to your target audience, according to your aims, according to your current situation. And if you would like to apply and see the future results, what they could be, you can turn on this here. Or if you would like to add some training programs to your company, it could be on-site, offline trainings, or special communications to managers, you can turn on this here. Of course, in this report, you can turn on or turn off machine learning that will help you to predict, to make forecast, and anomaly detector that will help you to identify some unexpected values and improve accuracy of your report. And in additional, this report we can filter with by department or by time. And now I would like to give back word to Artem, and he will continue to tell you more.
Thank you, Katerina. It's good. It's rather interesting how I can use this report as a director of corporate university. First of all, I'm looking on these parameters, trying to start to understand is it good or not. We can provide benchmarking with other companies, and Microsoft do a lot of work to collect the big data. But right now, I can see that, for example, 9% of employees spend hours in external collaboration every week. Is it good or bad? No, we cannot say. Why? Because it's mentioned through the whole company. Sales, IT, finance, no meaning at all. But here we can make some filtering. It's real Power BI report. And I can find, for example, I don't say support, for example, technical support, yes. And when I'm filtering this report, then I will see the data for this department, for sales department, for example, 9% is totally small, totally low, and we have to improve this. Then we can work with work-life balance, with one time, and so on. And we are using this report not only as ready data. This is your tool. This is tool for HR where he can make a lot of predictions to different focuses to analyze different options. So it's interactive dashboards, and it's really important. Regarding technical part, a second.
Is it something that's built in the Viva?
Yes.
All this dashboard, the whole dashboard, it's provided by Viva. It's not something that you've tweaked and.
Yeah, very good answers. Questions, sorry. Thank you. I will repeat it because I think that our audience can't hear it. So what is built-in and what is custom? This report is built-in, and there are a lot of such built-in reports. They are looking the same manner. But also, there are special query designer which can give us access to the data by itself. Then we can connect to this data with special R language and take this data behind our own custom report. So this is built in. You can see it in Microsoft Teams. This is custom. This is custom made by our company for the customer and so on. What's the architecture? So it's connecting through the R language to the data source in Viva. Take here a fresh report, and this report already depersonalized. So we are, as external supplier for our customers, we will never see any business confidential or personal information, but we can analyze only depersonalized data. So it's great. Then we can work with it with Power BI. The Power BI is connecting to Azure Machine Learning, where the pre-trained machine model is situated, and use some Azure services such as anomaly detector and so on. So that's how it works. Okay. Just a few words regarding Microsoft Viva. Microsoft is going to the employee experience platform. This is a really big layer of a lot of business applications which are using in business. For example, we know about infrastructure layer, something as mail, security, and so on. Yes, we are knowing about line of business applications such as ERP system, project management system, CRM system, and so on. But between them, there is a whole layer of a lot of business applications with focus on the people. This is regarding corporate portals. New implementation of corporate portals brings the SharePoint experience inside Microsoft Teams. This is Viva Connections. Viva Insights, we have discussed it today, and I think that you mentioned Viva Insights. If you are working with Microsoft Teams, sometimes you receive the mail from Viva Insights which says you can miss this one, this one, this one. And this mail is small part of Viva Insights. Katerina says that we can turn on the well-being plan to improvement. What it means? In this email, every recommendation will be focused on well-being, not random as when it's not set up, but if you set up it, so the recommendations will be based for these points. Vivo Topics is knowledge management system. You can turn your document library with a lot of documents, different documents, with the help of artificial intelligence to make structured knowledge base. It will be situated by topic because it's using the text analytics. Vivo Learning is a built-in learning management system, not for big planning, but for learning ad hoc. When you want to train your personal, just in 5 minutes, you can be connected to the external learning catalog, such as Udemy, Coursera, edX, take from their course and assign it right now. So in your project, you see some issue, you don't have to go to the training department, just 2 minutes, and you can assign, for example, very good project management course to your employee. Vivo Goals, this is KPI and OKR management system. Vivo Sales, this is really good addition to Microsoft Teams to help your salesperson to reduce time spent for CRM. So for when you are speaking with your customers through the Teams, all the information from this phone call or Teams video call can be transferred to CRM system. Vivo Engage, this is new iteration of Yammer. This is experience of forums inside of Microsoft Teams. So then Glint is special solution for poll surveys, and we are waiting. Rumors say that it will be more Vivo models and that it will be extended. So I think that we can say that Microsoft Vivo is the new layer, not only infrastructure and not line of business, but employee experience platform, the layer between them. And of course, Microsoft do very good things because these separate products cost a lot of money. And now they're bundled in one Vivo suite. And this Vivo suite is cost less than each of these products before. So it's a really, really good deal. What we can do with employee experience? Of course, we can start from day one with efficient onboarding, or even more with pre-boarding. So between new employee come to you, you can make a lot of pre-boarding activities, such as information about your company, prepare his data for being included in information systems, some pre-boarding trainings, everything. And of course, onboarding, it's really important. Champion programs. We are understanding that right now working with IT is not the question of the technology, the question of the users, because we have a lot of functionality and our users doesn't use, I think, 10% of this, not more. But change management, the champion programs is very important, and using Microsoft Vivo, you can support this champion program. Of course, it's about innovations, about faster bring products to the market, about loyalty, commitment, about saving time, increase productivity, and even more, you can improve customer satisfaction. How? We can connect Vivo Advanced Insight to CRM, not only Microsoft CRM, but each CRM, and take data from them, and then say, are you sure that your salesperson spends most time on the most important deals and customers? And we can answer this question. Maybe it's not so. And of course, you can close deals faster because with Vivo Sales, you are working better and you can reduce a lot of redundant tasks. Implementations. Recommended Microsoft program. We are starting from Vivo workshop, 1 hour brief description. Maybe it's similar to this translation, but on the workshop, the main idea is that you're asking your questions, no slides, just demo, and you are speaking with the expert to understand what will be the scope of the future project. Most of Vivo products has trial experience, so you can try it for 1 month. You can plan adoption program to understand, first of all, business value. So we are starting always from business value as in each data product. So the business idea is the first one. We are starting not from data, we are starting from the business idea. Yes, and then we can implement them. And it's rather interesting data project because you have to refresh your data, you have to retrain your machine learning model to receive accurate data. Right now, the data prognosis predictive analytics would be better from month to month. You have to measure the feedbacks and collaborate them with other ways. For example, we are using these metrics from Viva and trying to find the correlation with the results from surveys. And then we can understand if we were working good for your company or not so good. And of course, you can reinforce, you can help your champions, your implemented people to receive rewards and to see the results of their work, what is, I think, the most important reward. Takeaway. First start is Bayesian assessment. Microsoft helps some consulting firm to do this. This is a survey which can help the customer to understand their starting level and to benchmark it from the other companies from the industry. So completing this survey, you're receiving very comprehensive report, and you can understand your pain points, your options to improvement, and starting point. So I would recommend to start from this one. And I have promised examples from our customers, of course, without name of these customers, but real examples. First question was from very big, some thousands of employees, HR agency, and they were interesting. They had a weekly OKR meeting, all hands, many, I think about 300 of employees. And they cannot understand, is it useful meeting or not? Because it takes a lot of time. The answer was that multitasking during this meeting increased 100% more than on their regular meeting. So we are taking for this company multitasking level and say that on this meeting, multitasking is multiplied by 2. Yes, and they cancel this meeting because it was the answer. And that's what I do love in this approach. It's data-driven HR. You don't need to think about things. You don't need to imagine. You don't need to speak with some experts and so on. You have numbers. With numbers, everything is easy. Retail. I have told about this example. We have found 2 departments who never meet with other departments without their managers. Okay, so the delegation training, business training was mandatory for this department and it boosts their productivity. Manufacturing is we have found that they never meet with their people. They say, no, we are meeting. We just don't plan it in calendar. But that's the idea, that you don't have some meetings from time to time, that your employee knows that he has your time and you as manager are responsible for providing your service. And this is his option. This is value bringing by companies that each month he has 1 hour when he can come and tell not about work, not about current tasks, but about his feelings and his plans and his career development. So it should be planned. And yes, it was really good. And very interesting project. We are working on it right now. Of course, you have known about Agile culture. Of course, it's good. It's strange, but not all IT companies are really Agile right now. Yes. One of the companies asked us, are we ready for Agile right now or not? And it was really a surprise for me, but there are a lot of measurement activities for this. For example, department size, you know that working with Agile Scrum, the team should be 7 ± 2. Yeah, and the first and easy thing to understand, do we have very big team and we should break them. And of course, inter-team communications, because Agile teams are based on big communications, not only vertical, but horizontal. And here we can understand already our organizational design right now ready for Agile culture. Or for example, we have to break hierarchy, vertical, and to improve more horizontal internal communications. Really interesting. I think, I hope it will be successful too. Okay, that's all. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention. Please visit next community event. It will be on 8th of October, Data Saturday, Sofia. I hope that we will bring some new information for it. Katya, do you want to add something?
Join us.
Okay,
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution, you're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.